Hey, everybody. What's up? What's up? Today is June 29th, 2023. As you see, we're back to University of Idaho. Revisited part two, and we got a special guest up here today with us. The Sarge is going to help me to explain something, folks. Very interesting. Don't miss it. It's well worth watching. See you soon. Here we go. Yo, yo, yo. Hey, what's up?
Hi,
And
not
hey,
much.
look who's here. How about that? What's your
Hey,
name?
everybody.
What's your name again? I'm starting to.
Mama Bear, I think.
Oh my God,
I don't
that's
think
right. I
anybody,
remember now. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Nobody calls me that at work, so it's like,
What do they call you? Your name?
my real name.
Your real name? I thought your real name was Mama Bear. It doesn't say that on your birth certificate.
No,
That'd be kind of cool if you think like, you know,
right?
this is Mama Bear Mayoris or whatever. Like, what the hell? What's wrong with your parents? Why did they name you that?
Right.
Anyway.
Well, my middle name is Angel, and they say now that that was a mistake. So.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, like
What were we thinking?
I know both sides of you, so yeah, part of it, yes, I agree with. But then there's that like the devil and the angel on the shoulders. Yeah, you got both of them. I swear you do.
Yep.
Yeah, she's not. She's as sweet as could be, guys, until she doesn't have to be, and then yeah, watch out. That's why the last part of her name is Bear. There is a bear in there. I promise you.
Absolutely.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to you all. It is so great to be here again. It's great to have Mama Bear here. As much as I harass her, I absolutely love when she's here with me
Yes.
because I'm lost when she's not.
I'm very happy to be here.
I feel half of me. Okay, like I said, guys, she controls the best part of my brain. She has that part of my brain. What the hell?
Mhm.
That's why you guys get this bumbling idiot half the time because she's not here. So, it is what it is. Let's see who we have here with us today that graced us with their wonderful presences. Looks like Miss Cindy Ann's in the house. Hey, hey, welcome back, Cindy. Good to see you, my dear, all the way from Rome. Again, guys, on a regular, if you guys want to throw in where you're tuning from, I appreciate it. If not, I understand. I love to see where you guys are all tuning in from. Because believe it or not, I do forget day to day. Some of you guys I have memorized, but some of you guys I forget. So I see it now. I'm glad you do because I don't. Welcome. Good to see you. The OG, Miss Brandy B's in the house, one of my amazing moderators. Thank you so much for joining us today. Our friend Eddie, the informative Eddie, one maiden nut is in the house. Good to see you, brother. W. Smith is from PA. Good to have you here from PA. We're neighbors. Shine like a diamond in Kentucky. Good to have you here. Good to see you, Sweetie Pie 30. Welcome from Florida. Good to have you here. Let me see. Canadian True Crime Buff. You need to come and get your fire smoke and take it back. I'm telling you.
Seriously, please.
It's killing us. It's killing us down here. Mrs. M, the lovely Mrs. M. Always good to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us. Let me see. Mr. Eddie's coming from Minnesota. Good to have you here from Minnesota. Isn't that how you say that? Minnesota? I love it. I love it. What's up, Mikey? Good to see you, brother. Always good to have you here, bro. Angie H from Oklahoma. Good to see you. The Wandering Orphan. Miss Nikki's here. Good to have you back, dear. Miss Shigal, good to see you. Miss Deborah Thompson, thanks for joining us today. Tabitha, that's another new name, Southern Tennessee. Hey, hey. Let me see. No chains, no more. Good to have you, darling. Always good to see you. The doctor's in the house, everybody. Doc Terry's here from Long Island, New York. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Devil Doll, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Chalk Baby in Iowa, good to have you here. Bad Wolf, welcome back. Good to see you.
Hi, Brandy.
Fireflies all the way down in Florida. Another one, good to have you here. Peaches 81, Middle Tennessee, good to see you. Noni's in the house. Noni McPoppins, good to have you here. I see it now. It's in Alabama. Hey, hey, roll tide, brother. Let's see. Miss Casey's in the house. Good to see you. Angela, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. All right.
Hello, Mrs. Mayoris, if you didn't hear me earlier.
Which one?
Your wife.
My wife is in the house.
Yes, she is.
Mrs. Dago's in the house. Everybody better be polite and kind because that is the love of my life. Bandy Joe. There she is. Thank you so much.
I think I'll crack a whip. She's tougher than I am.
Yes, she is. Yeah, yes, she is. Me, that's a fact. Pixie T from overseas, good to see you. Tammy Hammond, welcome, good to have you here. Audrey Cakes, welcome back, good to see you. Party of Five, always happy to see you as well. Let's see. Phantasmic Ether, I love it. Love the name. Good to have you here. I saw you yesterday. I tried to catch your question and I couldn't find it because the chat was moving too fast. How many ladies you got? Hey, I didn't know if they were talking about my mom or if they were talking about you, darling. Relax. It's okay. I only got one.
Get him, Brandy. Get him.
I promise you that. I promise you you're the only one. Pammy B, good to see you. Thanks for joining me. And Mama Bear. I don't say me. I'm trying to make it rhyme, I guess. Annie Ruler's in the house. Good to see you. Sophie, welcome back. Always happy to see you. Kim Marin, good to see you. I swear I didn't just call you a moron. I swear I didn't. I don't know why I said your name that way. I don't know why, but I'm so sorry. Bonnie Bailey, great to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. Marie Duffy from over the pond. Good to have you here. All right. Let's see. Who am I missing? Am I missing anybody? I don't think. Passion Flower, that's a new name. Good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. I always love seeing the new faces. Nina V, always happy to see you. Crystal, welcome back. Frosta, great to see you. Katie Perrin, welcome, lady. Good to see you. Lady, why did I just say that? Ma'am, sorry. Cammy Q, talking too fast is my problem. My brain's overworking my mouth. Cammy Q, great to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us. The Sarge is in the house. Tuck your shirts in. Shine them shoes and stand up straight, folks. He will be joining us up here a little bit later to explain something that we got to talk about, folks. Bella Askin, 25. Roll Tide. Good to see you again. All right. Miss Bernice Rivera, good to see you. Fireflies in the house. Always happy to have you. Unresolved Crimes, good to see you. What's going on? I'm getting there. Evo Girl, good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us today. Am I missing anybody? I'm almost at the top. Leah Story, welcome back. Good to have you. Joining us on your lunch break. We appreciate that.
Do we have any mods in here? Brandy's in here, isn't she?
Brandy's always here. She's about...
Brandy, Groot would like to become a member. Can you drop a link for that, please?
Michelle Mack, welcome. Good to see you. Natalie B, welcome back, dear. I am so happy to see you too, Doc Terry. The Karma Police are in the house, folks, so be careful. Do not let anybody leave in cuffs today, folks. Please behave. I think Willow's in the house. Good to see you, Willow. We did get a new member. Welcome, welcome, the Darlene #1. Good to have you.
Hey. Welcome, hon.
All right, I think I got everybody. Green Eyes, welcome back, dear. Love to have you here. Evie Marie, great to see you. Vix Logic, welcome. And of course, the lovely Mandy Joe, another one of my amazing mods, is in the house. Great to have you here. Kyla Delilah, like the song. Hey, Delilah, welcome from Wales. Good to have you here. I think Marietta Rosser, good to see you again. I think I got everybody, didn't I? Paula Lamore, that's the new name. Sophie, good to see you as well.
Did you get We Live in the Banana Republic?
I did not, but you just did. So welcome, Banana Republic. Sophie, great to see you, dear. Groot, hey, love to see you in here. Thank you so much for joining us. Rainy Days, another new name. Welcome to all the new faces. We absolutely appreciate you guys. Come on in and grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on, sit down, have a conversation with Mama Bear and me. Zelda, my dear, good to see you. David James, my brother from down under. It is so good to see you today. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining us.
There's your tongue twister.
I didn't get there yet, Linz. I seen you. I was coming. I got a lot of people to look at. The Jazz King's in the house. Welcome back. Sweetie Pie 30. Hi, no chance. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Welcome, Sweetie Pie, again. Adam, stand by the jams. Great to see you, bro. Analytics, that's a new one. Good to see you. NC Mountain Man, North Carolina Mountain Man 89. Hey, how are you doing, my friend? I think I got everybody. If I did not get you, I will get you. My apologies, guys. A lot of people. High vibes. Good to see you. T-Rocks in the house. Welcome, welcome. Wandering Miss Nikki, I've seen that. Yes. Dorian Castante, great to see you back. Always happy to see you guys. Marley Kate 21, welcome. It's gonna get hard. Pixie T, great to see you. Up in Scotland, visiting family. That is so awesome. I love seeing all the people from overseas. You know what I mean? I love it that they're joining us from South Africa. Hey, I can say your name now. Kim W.I. Where'd it go? Where did it go? There it is. Okay. Good morning from Wisconsin. Can someone please help me become Dago member? Is there a link? Thank you. There should be.
Brandy, can you drop a link, hun?
Yes. Brandy is the she's the members enforcer, the boss. She's in charge of all that stuff. She's so very good at it too. By the way, if you guys haven't checked out the TikTok stuff, Miss Brandy handles all the TikTok. She does an amazing job, as well as handling the Discord stuff. She handles all that for members. And she put up a special TikTok the other day for the girls, the kids, the victims in the Idaho case. Mm-hmm. It's very beautiful. And Brandy did an amazing job on that. I got some great people on staff over here, folks, as I call them, on this team. They do a lot of amazing things for this channel, and they are the best people you can have around you. Vix Logic, good to see you. Emma, welcome. SRB, welcome back, dear. CJ's in the house, everybody. What's up? Evil CJ show. Guys, check it out if you haven't. You're missing out. Great show. Great show.
Hey,
let me
CJ.
see. Somebody told me or sent me a thing and said, why don't you work for a radio station? I said, a DM in here. And then said, first said, do you work for a radio station? I said, no. And they said, why? And I'm like, what do you mean? Why? I guess I sound like a disc jockey on a radio show or something. I don't know.
I can kind of see that. Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I have an energy that I start when I jump in here, it just comes out. You know what I mean? Yeah. Believe me, I'm not always like that. Ask Mama Bear, she'll tell you.
And you used to DJ, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
yes, so. I did. Pam Frenchman, great to see you. Jennifer, welcome back. Good to have you. I could always be different, guys. I could just be like, hey, hi, come on in. Good to see you. Is everybody here today? I could do that too. Because I know.
Yeah, and when he does that, that's when I would like to reach through the phone and just smack him around and be like, knock it off.
I do have those days, I promise
Yeah,
you.
he does.
Usually she gets the brunt end of it. What's the matter with you? Nothing. You're lying to me. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. You need to take a break. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay, I get it. Then
Mm-hmm.
I get her on one side and I get my wife on the other side. So it is what it is, guys. But I love them all. I love them all to death. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for either one of them. So, Jen H, good to see you. Thank you, Jen. I appreciate that. Deborah Thompson, good to see you. Absolutely. Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate that.
Hey, Nikki. I'm glad you made it back.
Paula Lamore. I used to back in the day, back when radio was radio. Yeah, radio is not like it used to be. I'll be honest with you. I always did want to be a disc jockey for a radio station. I love it because I love music and that kind of stuff. I love people. I love talking to people. Welcome, Sarah. Good to see you. Curious Chick. Welcome back. Why can't I say that straight? Curious Chick. Thank you. Welcome back. I get it, Kim, and I'm glad. I'm so sorry for your loss, hon. I know what it feels like. As you well know, I lost Oscar not too long ago. And 18 years, you guys. I had this dog for 18 years. He was definitely a part of our family. And he used to be, for those of you that are newer, he used to sit in the background and he had this thing with his throat and he would hack and he sounded like a duck. At some point, people thought I had ducks walking around my house. And it's funny because it was aggravating then because he did it so often. But now, I'll be honest with you, I miss hearing it. I do. I look for him all the time. Me and Brandy were just talking about that this morning on the phone. She called me on her break. I said, I look for him. I caught myself looking down where he usually lays the other day. And she said, like, she'll be cutting stuff up to cook in the kitchen sometimes. You drop something every now and then when you're cutting it. Oscar would always come get it. And she's like, not worried about it. And she forgets. It's sad. It is. Animals are like people, guys. They're part of the family. They are our loved ones. Nat Cat, good to see you. So, yeah, I miss my little Oscar. Here's my buddy. He used to talk to him like he was a human being every day. David Clayton, good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. His intestine perforated and fluid in abdomen. Good God. I'm sorry to hear that, Kim. Well, happy birthday. Happy birthday to him. I'm so sorry, my dear.
I'm sorry, Kim. Big hug, sweetie.
Yes. We all love you, Kim.
Aww.
Lisa, good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. The air here is so smoky and heavy. It's terrible. Oh, yeah. I don't know where you're at for sure, Lisa. It's bad here, too. It's actually better today than it was yesterday, but you can still smell that burnt plastic smell, and the haze has lifted a little bit.
Yeah, he couldn't figure out why he was having his asthma was acting up the other day, and I was like, maybe the smoke in the air from Canada fires. He's like, oh yeah.
Well, the day before that, I was having some problems, and I'd go outside. I'd sit outside on the porch for 20 minutes with Brandy when she got off work, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, it was a little humid, but it wasn't bad. So the very next day is when the air quality had fires, and Mama Bear called me and said, yeah, you might want to, check that out because you probably got the same thing going on that we do. Well, yeah, we did. It was bad yesterday, and I thought it would get better as the day went on. It got worse. Mm-hmm. Up till last night, it was horrible.
Yeah, when I walked out of work, you could actually smell it, and I was like, oh.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's why I have a headache or if it's weather change or what. So
it could be a little bit of both. Like, I'm sure that stuff is not good for our sinuses, guys.
Oh,
and this year is bad for sinuses and allergies as it is. So, All right. I love that. Groot. KC analyst. So today, everybody, as I said, we're revisiting what we may have missed or who we may have missed in Idaho, going back and checking some things out, watching some stuff for the 15,000th time. Miss Renee M, yes, we are in Ohio too. It is pretty bad. It does smell like burning plastic. which is weird to me because it's trees. It's trees that are burning. Why do they smell like plastic? I guess my mom said that my mother had explained that there was something on news explaining that smell. So I just hope to God, all we can do is pray for a horrendous thunderstorm to downpour in Canada and help that somehow. Pappy, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Vincent Cook, good to see you as well. Yeah, it's crazy, guys. They're telling everybody to stay inside in the air conditioning and, this and that and everything else. Well, God, what about people that don't have air conditioning? Some people don't.
Right.
Ivon Montez, good to see you. Deb Tutro, welcome. Good to have you. Chick Antique, always happy to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, Canada, it's bad up there. I feel bad for them because if we're having that effect down here, that far away, I can only imagine what they're going through. It's got to be horrific. Marguerite, good to see you. We got 257 beautiful people in here. What is going on, folks? Only 80 of you like me? Come on. Make the match. Come on. Even if you don't like me, pretend like you do just for a little bit, guys. Give me them likes so we can get up into that algorithm and get this out there where it needs to be. Please, if you will.
Thank you, Green Eyes.
Miss Sherry's in the house. Wisdom Speaks. Good to see you, Sherry. Thanks for joining us. Another one of my awesome moderators. Lady Speedball. Hey. Good to see you. Bobby J. Welcome. Carolyn Osmiller. Good to have you back, dear. Kib Kitty. Am I saying that right? Kib Kitty. Yes, Kib Kitty. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Chig Antique. I love her name, by the way. I do. I love all your guys' names. I love how, just different and they are.
Kib Kitty, I am his better half on the channel. I am Mama Bear.
She's my co-host. You guys never get to see her. She's always working. Busy.
I used to be here all the time, but...
Yes, this is the lovely Mama Bear. She is the co-host. And no, she's not my wife. My wife is in the chat. Yes. A lot of people get that confused in the beginning. She is not.
After I said better half, I was like, wait a minute. That's going to come out wrong.
It's all right.
It's not the way I meant it. On the channel.
Mama Bear is married to Mr. Matt Papa Bear. He's an awesome dude, too. He's the one that owns those awesome guitars in the background.
Yep. Yeah. All of them. Keep moving.
Nope. We're not even related, Lisa. Not at all. We're just good friends. And she's my amazing co-host.
Hello.
Like I said, most of you guys that have been here for a while, she used to be on here regularly, but she picked up a job and she's working all the time, doing the responsible thing, It is what it is. We get her when we get her, and I am very grateful for that. Miss Boone's in the house. That's supposed to be my number one fan here. Hey. Good to see you, Booney.
Hey, Miss Boone.
Yes, Delta's right. Mama Bear keeps me on track. That is a fact. Nobody. Where's Molly? Molly.
I talked to her earlier, but I don't know what was going on. So
probably David. I could imagine. By the way, I want to once again thank JB Gunner for joining us yesterday on panel, as well as Rory. Rory was here yesterday. Miss Jules, always happy to have her. Thank you all for joining us yesterday. It was a very interesting panel and very interesting day, to say the very least. I appreciate you all. There she is. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Hey.
Molly.
There's our Molly. Where'd she go? There she is. There's our Molly cat. Another one of my most amazing moderators out there. We have so many of them. They are all great. Mikey and Brandy. Miss Cece, she's not here, I don't think. Yes, she is. Is she?
I haven't seen her, but it's been going pretty quick. So
right. Mandy Joe and the Sarge and all of them. I got great moderators, guys. And we got Mr. Rory's in the house with Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime. Thank you for joining us, my friend, yesterday and today. I appreciate you, brother.
Hey, Rory.
on the boots on the ground in this case, folks. This guy is doing it, and he's doing it real. We appreciate you, brother. Don't forget, everyone, if you haven't, go check out that channel, Thou Shalt Not Kill True Crime. It is amazing stuff. And don't forget, everybody, don't be afraid to ask the hard questions, because that's what it's all about. Jennifer, good to see you. I like that. Stop being stingy, friends. Hit the like button.
Image, I'm glad your friend recommended the channel and you're here.
Absolutely.
Welcome.
Image, great to have you here. Sarah D, good to see you. Lil B. Lil B? Lil B. Lil B. I love it. Good to see you, Lil B. Joanna, I see you. Thanks for joining us, my dear. Appreciate you. Bobby J. Virginia Wolf, good to see you. Always a good crowd in here. Cece's probably busy. I understand completely. Miss Ruth Gosnell, Mama Dago's in the house. What's up, Mom? Good to see you, Mother.
Hello, Mama Dago.
Questions. That's right. That's right. There is my lovely mother, the one that gave me to you all. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. She's an amazing person as well. Mama reminds me of an angel. Well, isn't that nice? That is sweet. That's her middle name, guys.
That is very sweet.
Yes. Leave some DNA on that like button, guys. Share this out to whomever, the milkman, the neighbor, the dog, the cat, your little fish tank, if you think they'll be interested. Please share this out to anybody you can, if you will. I appreciate that so very much. No, it's not Mrs. Dago. It's Mama Dago. Mrs. Dago was in here earlier. There's so many of us. So many little Dagos.
Yeah, just wait till the sister pops in here.
My sister Dago's in here sometimes, and then I got a couple of my little Dagos that pop in here and watch us too. You used to be Lisa Barr. Okay, Lil B, gotcha. Chris Wiggins, welcome. Good to see you. Scarlett, welcome. Wow, we got people dropping left and right in here. So great to have you all. Yes,
Eddie, you'd be surprised as to how little patience he actually has outside of here.
Yes, outside of here, I have almost none. But in here, yes, because that's what you all deserve. You guys deserve the very best that I can give you, and that is what I will give you at all costs. Never Fear Truth. That's a great name. I love that. Welcome. Good to have you here. Jesse Lynn, great to see you. I think, okay. So, as I said, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do this. Rainy Days, good to see you as well.
Image, it'll be you'll see like a thumbs up.
Oh,
right below the
Peanut
video.
Welcome from the UK. Tammy Lynn, good to see you from Taiwan. How about that? That's why I love it, guys. We got people in here from everywhere. South Africa, Italy, France, the Netherlands, Switzerland, obviously Taiwan. Catherine Christensen, good to see you. Dago, you must have manifested a really heavy thunderstorm for Upper Michigan, including ice. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No.
They need to send that up to Canada, not down through here. Is it as hot everywhere? It's hot. It's kind of warm here. It's got that hot yet. Welcome, Sudi Basic.
All right, Brandy, I'm on it.
What's the matter?
Right there.
We got Sweden from Red Riding Hood. Good to see you. Manchester, UK. Sarah D's in Ireland. I love it. I'm telling you guys. Scotland for Miss Allie. Good to see you. I'm telling you guys, they're everywhere. I love it. I love that we are so spread out like this. And I love that you guys love coming in here. I do. Toronto, Canada. It's hot, humid in Toronto. I bet you. Plus, you got to deal with all that smoke too. My God. Lincolnshire, UK. It's great to see you. Rainy Days. So, as I said, guys, we're going to be going back into time, as they say. And we're going to be looking at trying to find, that's right, Worldwide Dago. That's right, Sarah. That reminds me of that movie. I agree with you, Rory. I hate the heat too. Nikki Animates, good to see you. Stacy, welcome. Good to have you here from Washington. Mystic Virgo in Florida. Yes. Mikey. Our brother Mikey's down there, and he's always telling us how hot it is, and he's got to work out in this stuff, guys. I feel bad for him. Dorset, England. That is great. Cora 263, great to see you. Anybody that has no air conditioning, I really feel bad for you right now, especially if you're in the northern states that are dealing with this smoke issue. You can't do it. Gotta stay safe. Brandywine, welcome. And by the way, welcome to the family, Brandywine. Somebody gifted you a membership yesterday. It's great to have you in the family now. Oh, Mikey says it's horrible outside. I bet it is, bro. Be safe. Make sure you stay hydrated, brother. I want to watch Dago on. What did you say? Debbie says, I want to watch Dago on the TV. There's no sound. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, hon. I'm sorry that you would want to watch me on TV with my big head. That's a big on the screen like that. No way. I hate watching myself. As I was saying, my ADHD kicked in full force there for a minute. Today we're going back to try to see what we can find out that we may have missed that would make something about what we know about this case make some sense. Stevie Irwin, great to see you, bro. And I appreciate that, Nikki. Because of that, there's a lot of things that we may have missed, you guys. That's why I want to do it. Every time I go back and we look at anything with this case, I always see something that I didn't see the first time or the second time or the third time. I think this is our fourth time doing this. And a lot of people have had questions about this whole DNA thing, okay? And how did we get Brian Koberger's name off of a transferred DNA situation? How? Okay. When that DNA popped up on there, as it says in the paperwork, it says it was a male DNA. Okay. So there's a word I'm missing there. I'm sorry. People want to know where they got Brian's name from. Well, the wisdom of Sarge has not failed once again. And we talked about a situation that makes a lot of sense to me, okay? And we're going to talk about that today as well to help some people understand this is just a speculative conversation we're going to have as to how this could have possibly happened, okay? And it makes a lot of sense, you guys. It really does. It was just kind of like, boom. I had to reach down and pick the top of my head up and put it back on when he explained this to me. And it's something I've been thinking about, but I couldn't vocalize it. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't vocalize it. And, you know, one of the things that Sergeant said was that Miss Annie, well, I hope she's in here today somewhere. Is she in here? I didn't see her.
I think she just popped in because I just saw, hi, Ms. Potts.
There she is. Miss Annie, thank you for joining us, my dear. Always happy to see you. And something she had said yesterday is kind of what helped Sarge come to this conclusion in a sense. See, that's why we do this, you guys. We kind of work with each other to take our opinions and our speculations, you know, and we base our speculation off of fact. And the fact, I guess we call it fact, off of the affidavit and the documentation that we get from the courts. That's what we do. We take that and we try to use that to work out our speculations that we have, because that's the only fact we can say we have, because it's coming from a court document. So, that being said, that's how we have come to some of the conclusions that we have with certain things and why so many of us are so confused with this case, because none of it has made any sense. Okay. So today, as we're doing this and that, looking back at different things, this conversation after we watched the video yesterday, I hope you guys enjoyed that, by the way, about the, I think it was CC Moore was talking about how the whole DNA scenario works and why it's not a good idea to use it and all that kind of stuff. What's up, Dolphin? Good to see you. It was a great video, by the way. Like I said, I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's very informative, but that's why we do these things, is to try to help explain some of this to you guys. Hence the reason why we're doing this with Sarge today. Marley Kate, thank you so very much for that. You deserve a gold medal after yesterday's marathon. Truly love your channel and everyone who collaborates. Thank you so much, Marley. I appreciate that. The first super chat we got, no, second super chat today for $19.99. That is so very much appreciated. Again, guys, my channel is 1000% crowdfunded, and these things are what helps keep me coming to you guys every single day, 5 days a week, sometimes six, and sometimes twice a day. So I appreciate that. Every little bit helps. It helps to pay the bills and keeps me doing this, guys, because I do love doing this, but you still got to pay bills to do it. So I appreciate that so very much. If I can get this thing to work. All right. There we go. Again, thank you so very much, Marley. We appreciate that more than you know. CL's in the house. Good to see you. Rhode Island housewife. Great to see you as well. That's a good thank you, Boone. I appreciate that. She says Dago shows the whole math problem. Dago doesn't just give an answer. I appreciate that. I like to show the work, folks, because it's important to know that. You know what I mean? Everybody says, okay, what's the answer? There it is. Great. Well, how did you get that? Where'd you get that from? And that's something that law enforcement should have been doing and should be doing right now, but they're not. The FBI can't show us their work. They're just saying this is what it was and walking away from it. That's not right. That's not fair. And that's not how this works. So this is what we do and why we do it. So very much why we do it. Thank you again for that, Booney. I appreciate that, dear. And Group comes through with another super chat. I appreciate that. That's the cutest dog I think I've ever seen. Love that picture. I won't give up on join button. Somebody please help her. Thank you so very much, Groot. I appreciate that. Garant Cert. Good to see you. Mojo's in the house. Hey, welcome, Mojo. I can't remember who to answer your question. Welcome, Mother of Dragons. Good to see you. Where was that question at? Right, Annie. That doesn't make sense. Welcome, Gavin. Good to see you. Hello, Dago and Mama Bear. I'm a new sub. Love your vids from London. Well, we love that you love our vids too. Appreciate you so very much.
Hello.
That's right, because they don't have it. Grant Cert, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
Oh my goodness. Did Casey just give 10 memberships?
Where? Oh my God, you did too. Well, dang, Miss Casey. Let's see. Let's welcome the new meatballs to the sauce, guys. We got Miss Green Eyes was gifted. Bobby J, welcome to the family. Sophie, welcome. Lissy Holmes, welcome. Good to have you here. Dawn Marie, Bubbly Water. Some of you guys are already members, but you have been gifted again. I appreciate that, Casey, so very much. Sherlock Homie, Carrie Prestula, Jen H. Wow, that is just amazing. Thank you so very much.
Hello,
Miss Kim W.I. We got a new meatball in the sauce. Another one.
Yay.
Welcome, all of you guys. Welcome to the family. It's great to have you as part of this crew. And it's great to have you around in the sauce with us, for sure. You are so awesome, Casey. Welcome, guys.
Phantasmic Ether. I like that.
I do too. So welcome, everyone. And Tiffany, yes, I did. I was actually going to go over that today as well. Thank you for that. All the emails, I did check those last night, guys. You guys are great for sending me that stuff. I appreciate it. Tammy Hammond, welcome. Good to see you. I know Emma and BK do look like they could be brother and sister. That's crazy. Doc Terry, hey, the doctor's in the house. We got another super 1999. We appreciate everything you do by being here, my dear. Thank you so very much for that. And I love that you love the show. I really do. It means the world to me when you guys say that stuff, because that is, and you can ask Mama Bear, she knows this. That is my absolute goal. And if it's not right, I throw a temper tantrum. And my temper tantrums are pathetic. They really are. Patty Barnett, good to see you, my dear. Because you guys don't deserve anything less than the best, okay? And that's a fact. And I push myself to make sure that you get that, guys. And I will not change that. I will not stop doing that, no matter who tells me not to do that. It is what it is. Because that's what you guys deserve, is nothing but the best. Poopa, what's up, sis? Good to see you. I love that. That's cute. Dago rocks and Mama rolls. I love you, bro. That's great.
Yep.
It is so great to see you guys. Just jumping in. Christina Dion. Wow. Thank you so much for joining us. We got over 100 likes, so we're in the algorithm now. That is great. Yeah, we can get as many likes as you want. If we can get 300 likes, I would fall over. That is great. And we are almost, by the way, we're going to get moving here in a minute, folks. I'm sorry I'm talking so much today. Randy Fur, good to see you. Michaela in Taiwan as well. Welcome, welcome. Oh my God, I wish you guys could send me some food from over there. I am absolute fan of any kind of Asian food. That's my mama's fault, by the way. She introduced me to that when I was young, and I loved it ever since. But I do. And I could eat Asian food every single day. Good to see you, Dana. Gaya Deguchi. Love to have you here. Ashley Nicolette, welcome. It's good to have you guys here. I'm serious. Woohoo, Fupa in the house. That's right. Chris Wiggins, good to have you here. Thank you for that. Noni, Noni, Noni. What did Noni do or say? Actually, you know what? That email was very interesting to me, to be honest with you. Let me show you guys this real quick as we're getting started with this. Walk the dog. Dolphin with the perfect voice. Telling you guys, you got to hear her voice. She's got her own radio show. Jessie Lynn, good to see you. That's awesome. I think Miss Heather is going to be had some things she had to do today, so she's not going to be able to be here for a while. Let me find that. Where is it? Oh, come on. My emails are a mess. I thank you all for the emails too, by the way. Joe, good to see you. I appreciate it. Everything that you guys are sending me in the emails is very interesting, and I do appreciate every bit of it.
Thank you, Sherry. I'm sure it's just the smoke in the air, the weather, or something. It's not that bad.
Tiffany Adamau, there it is. Yes, that wasn't the one, but thank you for that, Tiffany. I do appreciate that. I'd like to know and look into that a little bit more to figure out what's going on with that.
Kim, I am in Indiana. So I'm just below you. A little bit.
Just above me.
Yep.
All right. So I think I'm going to do it this backwards the way I was going to do it from before. So to give you guys some kind of an explanation, I hope you're ready, Sarge, to give you guys some form of an explanation as to how they may have come up with Brian Koberger. And again, I don't want you guys to take this conversation as God's word. It's not, okay? It's not written in stone. It's not a concrete statement, but it is very interestingly possible in my opinion. Mountain Mama, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And it's a very interesting theory, and it does make it makes more sense than anything we've thought about at this point. What do we got here? Mandy Joe, yes, I noticed it. Look pictures and videos. Always has red hands. Maybe it's way. Where's gloves? I think it's because he washes his hands so much because he's a germaphobe. Tech Death Hippie, good to see you. That's why I think his hands are so red like that, because he's constantly washing and sanitizing his hands, which germaphobes do. That's my opinion. All right, Sarge, my friend. I'm going to post a link in the chat. I'd love for you to join us if you would right now and get this thing a rolling. We're going to
Has
go
there
through
ever been a serial killer or anyone that's taken multiple lives like this that has been a germaphobe?
You know, I swear there was. I swear there was.
Because being a germaphobe, this is probably the last thing you would want to do, is to get their germs and everything on you. So I was just curious.
I agree. I agree. I've always said that too. Welcome, Sarge. Can you hear us, sir?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I just got to send it. I
Take
just
your
want to
time.
cover. I want to cover the motions that she's filing to compel.
Yes.
And she's focusing on all the personnel surrounding the DNA and all the personnel that handled evidence. So we can agree on that or no?
Yes, yes. If you guys are not familiar with what he's speaking of, the court hearing they had the other day, everything that she's wanting, which is there were 3 officers she wants backgrounds on completely. In all of those scenarios is what he's talking about from the things that she had put out in the documentation.
Okay. So she's asking for this evidence to be released to her. And then yesterday, Miss Potts was on here and she gave us her devil's advocate, which I commend her for that. Whether it's right or wrong doesn't matter. No different than what I'm going to assemble for people today.
Right.
Whether it's right or wrong, time will tell. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So here's the assemblage of information from Ann, which was awesome. The WSU lab is quite the facility, and that WSU lab is connected to the law enforcement agencies of the area there, including Idaho and including other states around the country. They actually are the first lab that actually got an approved biological, something to do with meat. They're adding something to meat, and they're the first biological lab that got that approval in history. So they are quite the outfit. Let's be clear. Secondly, it's important to know that Brian Kohlberger studied criminology, and criminology covers all aspects of the criminal mind, the criminal acts, the criminal discovery of them, and all the evidence and everything that needs to be done to be a criminologist. Okay. And when you look at the motions of Ann, and she's really not arguing whether the DNA is his or not, right? We can somewhat agree with that. Not that that argument couldn't be made, but she isn't questioning the validity of the DNA, but how it came to be. Am I accurate in that?
Yes.
Okay.
And she's in here to. So you're talking about Annie, right?
Yeah, the lawyer, the defense attorney.
Ann. Sorry. Yeah. Yes.
So in Brian's behalf, she's filing motions, trying to discover who these people are, what their background are, where they got educated. Right. That's accurate.
Absolutely.
And she wants to know about the evidence, people that touched the evidence and people that did an investigation, which would be those 3 policemen.
Correct.
And this is what I want to propose to people when it comes to the transfer DNA. We also know that Brian Kohlberger's neighbor had stated that he was highly interested in this case and was talking about it. Is that accurate?
That is fact. That is fact.
And where I get now to connect these dots into some kind of understandable way is this. That I propose that Mr. Kohlberger, during the course of his studies and teaching, had contact with friends within these labs, and that he himself may have been involved and walked through these labs or absolutely been in contact with people that may have been involved with the handling of this evidence, either directly or indirectly through a girlfriend, a friend at another lab in Idaho. But all of these labs, just so you know, do work together, and the educational process would put him in the proximity of these people in one way, shape, or form. And if that does hold to be true, it kind of matches the demand of her discovery. Why does she want to know all of this background about these people? Is she going to suggest that the transfer DNA was put there because these people were in contact with Brian Kohlberger during the time of November 13th, between that time limit, or even shortly before that, to the time they came up with his identification for that DNA? Could they themselves have transferred it to the evidence unwittingly? That's how you transfer touch DNA. A third party will transfer it, you or a second party. You touch something, they touch something, they take it with them and touch something else. Bingo. Now your DNA is on that something else. So my analysis simply is saying that her discovery, knowing what we know about his education, makes it highly probable the exculpatory evidence may in fact be contact between Brian Kohlberger and any one of the number of people that were involved in the lab work on that sheath.
Yes, which means, folks, that Brian never had to touch this, not one time. Okay, he didn't have to touch this snap or that piece or that or this to do this. Okay, not one time. Which is why nobody wants to understand it. And I'm saying that they don't want to understand it, that people are not understanding how they got his name. That explains, as we talked about earlier, why there is no fingerprint, because he never touched it, in my opinion. And in Sarge's opinion, he never touched the sheath, which in turn, once again, takes him out of that equation. Okay? Rumsey and Viv, good to see you guys. Juniper Rob, thanks for joining us. Dean A, great to see you. So, that all being said, it kind of blew my mind a little bit because I was thinking about that in a whole bunch of different ways, trying to figure out where did they get him from? How did they get him involved in this? Based on what the defense has dropped, there's no connection, none. There's no DNA in anything that he touched that involves him. Nothing, okay?
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see that this connection of dots that's been twisted into showing him as being a criminal. That if you take those exact same dots, his education, okay, and you start to extrapolate forward looking for a potential exculpatory piece of information that would help Brian Kohlberger, then you look at it from that point of view. If all you're looking to do is convince yourself this data shows guilt, then you're on the wrong book. You're on the wrong page. You're going down the wrong road. This isn't about guilt or innocence at this point. It's only about whether Mr. Kohlberger was charged for a crime properly and accurately. If, in fact, he was, then let it move forward, and it'll take care of itself. But the way they've given us information is so haphazard, and everything his lawyer has done has completely contradicted every false perception that's been given to the public. Everything they say, he stalked them. Well, there's no electronic data to prove that anywhere on the world in the universe.
No,
he was in that area with his car. It's impossible to prove that he was. You can suggest all you want, but that's not evidence, right? So now we're left with the touch DNA. Those three letters, DNA, have programmed Americans to the point where they think that's a fingerprint, and it's not. Touch DNA is transfer DNA. And for Mr. Kohlberger's DNA to get on that knife sheath, everybody's been talking about him being in possession of it, him touching it. And I've been trying to convince people that he doesn't need to do that for it to end up there. So because of Ann Potts' coming in here yesterday, she painted a picture that formed in my mind. How could it get there legitimately without Brian Kohlberger even being aware his DNA was there? And what I'm showing you here is, I believe, how they're going to dispute that actual transfer DNA. Somebody somewhere connected to that evidence collection knew Brian Kohlberger and interacted with Kohlberger on completely legitimate terms for completely legitimate reasons. And by happenstance, his transfer DNA ended up on that sheath through one of those people connected to the labs of the people that handled that evidence. I suspect there's some good validity to that idea.
And it is a theory, folks. It's not, we don't know that for a fact. Right. And take that for what it is. But again, let's make sense of this in some form. Okay. Again, we have this thing, and I just tore this. So whatever. Now, I'm just going to say, if somebody is going in to this home to do what he did, or she did, or whoever did this, okay? We're saying that Brian Kohlberger did this. We know that Brian likes to wear these, okay? So I'm going to venture to say that if he's going to go in and use one of these to do this to somebody, that he's going to have these on, especially considering his educational background and who he is as a person. Now, my hand is on this. Like I said, I ripped it. Sorry. But anyway, I'm holding this thing here with this glove on. My finger is not exposed. So to do this, to flip this snap like this, how in the hell are you transferring your DNA, your skin cells, whatever they're calling that, into this snap wearing a glove? You can't, okay? There's no fingerprints because in my opinion, and I think partially I do believe in Sarge's opinion, that he never touched this, which in turn tells me that he wasn't there, you guys. Now, this is just theory. It's something that we believe based on the facts that we've seen.
Can I say something? I don't even want to justify. This has got nothing to do with his innocence or guilt. What I'm trying to say is, if you take the available facts and you assemble them in a way and look for both sides of the coin, can the transfer DNA be evidence that he was in the house and killed them? There is a chance for that. Yes. Is there a chance that the transfer DNA ended up on that knife sheath unbeknownst to Mr. Kohlberger? And there's a significant chance that could be true. That's the problem with transfer DNA. So the question then drops down to the last question. Well, how in the world can you explain that? Well, let's go back to the same thing you guilty lovers keep accusing Brian of being as guilty when you throw his schooling up his ass like he's some creep that went to school to kill people. Everything that guy's done has been framed in the context he did his whole life to go do these murders, right? And all I'm saying is if you take that narrative away and think that he invested his whole life to do the right thing, how could that stuff end up on that sheath? Right. Why can't we look at the guy from both points of view? It's not innocent or guilty. This is America, for God's sakes. You have to consider whether the accused is accused properly. Whether the information given to us says, yeah, that guy was there. He did it. Look at Jeffrey Dahmer. We found liquid remains in his house. He did it. Right? Now, we may not have that smoking gun in every case, but it's up to us as people. Human beings that live in a country, the only one of its kind in history, to ask these questions. Is it possible that Brian Kohlberg has no involvement? And nobody's given any of that credence but some of these YouTube channels. And the ones I've been involved with. And I'm grateful you let me talk. And talking and sharing with people is how my brain works. If Miss Potts didn't come in here yesterday, this wouldn't have dawned on me. Right? And we talked about that on Discord. I depend on having a place to share what I'm thinking, or I can't come to any, I can deduct things. But I'm not Sherlock Holmes. I can't look at you and tell you where you work.
Right.
Right.
Hold on. Let me say something real quick. Welcome, Daniel, Drunk Turkey Show. First of all, brother, it's good to have you here. And yeah, I have rings on. That's how it ripped. Okay. But yeah, and he could have very well ripped it. But here's the thing. The way that I perceive Brian Kohlberger, if he could have ripped it, he'd have put another one on. If he'd have ripped that, he'd have put another one on. He'd have put double gloves on. That's the type of person I take him to be. But I see what you're saying, dude. I do see it. I appreciate it. Yeah, Daniel. I appreciate your opinion, brother.
And I don't dispute people they have these feelings that he's guilty because they hear the word DNA. And look, I don't think that that's a healthy way to make decisions or to make conclusions. But people do it, and all you're doing, and all the other channels like Jules and CJ, and you're actually looking at it and saying, wait a minute, you don't even have a picture of him getting out of a car. Matter of fact, forget that. You don't have a picture of anybody getting out of that white car near that house.
Right.
Right. So you got a picture of a white car. Well, I got a picture of a pink elephant. To put the two together, and you know what they mean? Nothing. Zero. They're just statements of what? They're not statements of fact. They're not evidence of fact. They're just statements. Right. And that's why we're questioning this stuff, because we want evidence of fact to place the killers of these poor children in prison for his life, or if they so elect, a death penalty for the person.
Right. And you know what, Green Eyes, I respect that 1,000,000%. I do. Any one of you guys that are like that, I'm kind of like that too. I'm going to say I'm probably 60-40. Okay. Because I don't have any concrete evidence at this point. So I'm not saying that. And I do respect that. And I respect anybody. I will tell you right now, right here and now, I will not put up with anybody calling anybody on my panel an idiot. So you're out. You're gone. Anybody else that wants to come in doing it, you're gone. We don't do that in here, and it's not going to start happening. So good luck. Go do it somewhere else, because it's not going to happen here. I'm not going to be nasty to people, because I don't do that. You keep pushing these buttons, and you're going to see something you're not going to like, is all I'm saying, okay? We don't treat people that way in here, and we're not going to start doing it now. End of story. So that's why, if you were just ejected or hidden, that is why. And I did it myself, for anybody that doesn't understand.
Yeah. Okay. And look at it. I have total respect. People are people, and we're all different. Right. And so some people, it's the only way they understand things. Their emotions take them, or the narrative is this or that. And look, the way they give the narrative out for this argument that he did it makes sense, because they're using the same facts we are. But when you take the facts they're using and then compare them to the facts that have been given to us from the defense, I don't know how you don't say, wait a minute, how could you kill poor kids with strong beating hearts with a blade and then do what you did and get out of there and not only never have any trace of these people on you, but on anything you've ever been in contact that the cops could get their hands on, from your parents' house a couple thousand miles away to your desk at work, to everything you've touched in your apartment. I mean, how could this be? And that's right. That's a big stretch. Is it possible? Yeah, but it's more likely that shows innocence than it shows guilt.
Exactly. Right? Exactly. Daniel says, I don't think he's guilty because of DNA. I find the night of the incident. I find that the night of the incident, I find super suspicious. The DNA not in his car is what puzzles me. And I agree. Yeah. I do agree, Daniel.
I would like to say, though, that if we had the cell phone recordings or we had cell phone pings of everybody in that area, I would suggest to you that there would be multiple cars that went by that house, maybe more than once. And so, again, when you take it in context of what they're not showing you, they're concentrating on this one man. And they're showing you everything he did. And they're telling you that this is all the backdrop of these horrific crimes. So everything, all the context that we're viewing this in are based off horrific events. And his name is now in the middle of these horrific events with the direct accusation he did them. So, under that umbrella, I would say his car does look suspicious. But look if you go outside of the umbrella and you look back when they exposed that for the last 5 months he's been driving in that area. They got videos of him going into grocery stores, going to get gas. They got videos, they got cell phone pings of him all over that area for a whole time, long before the murders. So when you add that into the context of the cell pings, that cell ping doesn't really look that unusual. And worst of all for them is the last cell phone ping recorded was at his apartment and he went off the network. Yeah, I mean, so that's criminal. The guy couldn't have turned off his phone to take a nap. Right?
Or just to shut it off, just as sometimes I do that.
Larry couldn't have died. He's not entitled to an honest possibility because of these horrific things that's being framed against. Everybody sees things in that horrific view. And that's why some of these things look unexplainable or curious when there really can be honest, everyday reasons for it, especially when you can say Koberger was in that neighborhood dozens of times before this happened, which they told us proved he was stalking them. And then yet Ann Taylor tells you there's no connection to him electronically. There's no connection to him with DNA. There's no cleaning solutions. There's nothing to say why there's no DNA. And that should have more of an impact on what we're viewing than the idea his car pinged in that area, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
I mean, what do you think of that? Because I do get onto a little sprint there and run a little bit.
I agree with you. I agree. Real quick, S. Hicks has said, has it been established that Brian bought the knife with the sheath? I'm sorry, no. I think that meant sheath. And if yes, was the knife and sheath been found during searches? If not, where are they? And no, the answer to both of those, no.
They found a receipt that he bought some knives from Amazon and they recovered them at his residence in Pennsylvania. That's my understanding.
That's all we know from here. Yes, absolutely.
And they don't have a murder weapon. And then there's also an inconsistency in the wounds that were delivered to the poor victims. So that again, and then there's other sources of DNA, right? I just find it very curious that the other sources of DNA didn't get the same treatment as Brian Koberger's DNA, and yet here we are. Why didn't they genealogically tree them with the FBI secretly like they did with Koberger? Right?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, they say that these other sources of DNA were within the crime scene. They were pertinent to the crime scene. So it's not like they found DNA out back on a glass on the third floor out on the deck. Or they didn't find a fingerprint on the post that holds up the deck. They found DNA within the crime scene that doesn't belong to Koberger. Unknown male. Well, why didn't those unknown males get sent to the FBI lab like Koberger's did?
Yeah. Give me 1 second, guys. I got to do something real fast. Be right back. Speak amongst yourselves. I'll be right back.
Mama Bear? There's no Mama Bear. Sarge is in here alone. Oh my, I better get a dog. I'm afraid. I'm trying to watch the chat room there. Listen, but again, none of what I'm saying is purporting to say Brian Koberger is innocent of anything. It simply connects to the to the actual data that we have. It connects to her motions that she's filing for him. It connects to his actual studies and his teacher assistant job. And all of that stuff may mean something. And we're not really given the chance to pay attention to it because we're so drowned out with the idea that the kid did it. And again, he may have, but I don't even think we should be at that question with the stuff the police are doing. Right. And so I agree with their drunk turkey. They may even have done a genealogical makeup on those DNAs that were at the scene, and they had nothing to do with their white car, or they had nothing to do with what they found for cell phone pings, which I agree 100%, but that does not rule them out as being involved in that crime. Okay? Especially if you're going to say Brian Kohlberger's touch DNA is the basis to charge him with this crime. Right? It's kind of like you really can't have your cake and eat it too. So those two pieces of DNA, whether they're touch DNA or direct DNA, whether they can identify them or not, they're involved in the crime scene. That means that those people, in some way, shape, or form, either contaminated the crime scene or were involved with the crime. And if they contaminated the crime scene, then we got a real problem here. And that's the job of the defense. That's exactly what Ann Taylor is trying to accomplish here. That's one of the reasons I believe she's appealing the indictment. Because this really all should have been hashed out in a preliminary hearing. This shouldn't be going on this long. The preliminary hearing, if the district attorney was a straight shooter, he would have had the preliminary hearing, which a preliminary hearing focuses 100% on the government's actions, not the accused. It's the accused chance to question the government for why did you arrest me for this? Okay. How did you arrest me? How did you come to your conclusions?
They're right there, folks. Sorry, I got to handle something real quick. My son just got home, so I'll be right back. Give me like 30
That's okay.
seconds.
We're rolling. I'm on a roll here, and I'm bouncing off a drunk turkey who's giving some good questions. So yeah, it's awesome. So where was I going? Anyway, I think I lost my track of thought there. They took the DNA of the person who was never in the house before. The other DNA was probably recognized and found throughout. No, they said it was related to the crime scene, according to the statements of his lawyer. And if that DNA could mean nothing, because we also have been told that there was a whole gaggle of kids out front before the police ever showed up, right? I'd like to see get some documentation on the date of the appeal, if you could drop a link or something on that. Because that's what the appeal is directed at. It's directed at saying to the government, hey, you arrested and accused my client of something, and we need to know why you're doing it, because it's not true. Or they don't even got to have the position it's not true. They believe that your basis for arresting him was unconstitutional, didn't meet probable cause.
I'm still here, Sarge. I was talking to my daughter.
That's okay. No, I've been, I don't know if you heard my mouth going. I'm rapping away on it.
Yeah, I hear you rattling on.
I'm trying to see. Those girls were hugging many people that night. It's possible those profiles are from them. They could have an alibi, which is the cause could be false. Right, but all I'm saying is drunk turkey is we don't know, and we could keep guessing. For instance, the early part of the show when I said Brian Kohlberger may in fact have had direct contact with some of the lab workers or some of the people that handed that evidence before they ever found the DNA, and they could have transferred it to the knife sheath. Now, I don't know that to be fact, but I'm basing it on facts. That analysis is based on the fact that Ann Taylor is not questioning the DNA so much. She's questioning everybody that came in contact with evidence, all the lab workers' schools, all the lab workers' experience. She's searching the people, and you have to ask yourself, why is she interested in the people and not the DNA? And that's when I extrapolated over to the idea, well, he's a criminologist and he would interact with these people. Some of those people could be his friends for all we know. And if that's what she's digging for, and there's validity to that, that would be exculpatory evidence against the transfer DNA on the sheath. The argument would be simple, that these people had contact with Brian and they must have accidentally contaminated it with his transfer DNA. Story over. Now, I don't know that's a fact. I'm not claiming it to be a fact. I'm just claiming that is a situation that's completely possible here. It'd be like a garbage man and you found garbage on his shoe. It wouldn't be that unexpected. Or if your friend's a garbage man and he came to your house and he left papers in your driveway off the bottom of his feet, that wouldn't be unexpected. That's the kind of scenario that I'm putting together with Brian based on his education and his proximity to these labs and it being part of his education And the chance that, I mean, the idea the guy has no friends, and the fact that he was talking openly about the case. Was Brian Kohlberger, from the day the case started forward, was he mixing with the people that would eventually end up in contact with that evidence? That's also highly probable. I mean, you know, garbage men talk to garbage men. The criminologists talk to lab workers and electronic technicians, and of course they do. They would most likely be in a group. They would be a clique. Right? So, no, it's definitely, I'm not saying that this is fact. I'm just saying that it's a very strong possible explanation to support how his transfer DNA got in that sheath. He didn't have to touch that sheath. That's the tricky thing with touch DNA. If I pump gas and you grab that handle and go in the store and put your hand on the counter, I was never in the store. Well, there's your touch DNA. That doesn't prove I was in the store. That necessarily don't even prove I was in the vicinity. You could have shook my hand at a bar and went down there and touched that counter. I may never have been in that store in my life, and there's my transfer DNA is coming off you. And that woman Cece was pretty good about discussing that. I think Cece was one of the best people to explain this when it comes to the DNA.
All right, everybody. Sorry about that.
Thank God, bro. I'm looking out a window over here. I'm starting to repeat myself. You got to come
out here. You still?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
All right. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm back again.
All right, you two. Thank God. You left me out here.
I thought she was here. I'm sorry about that.
I was in and out. Sorry.
It's all good. The gang's all here. So, does anybody have any comments? You know, you can make your negative comments. It's not what I'm saying. Anything to throw in at what Sarge has explained, what we've explained about that scenario? Anything to put out there on it? Thank you, Miss Bonnie. I appreciate you.
What about getting CJ and Rory in here to make some comments, or even if is Jules in there? Because Jules can spot things in some of the stuff I say that's absolutely spot on and it's wrong.
Oh, absolutely.
I love Jules.
I think I asked Daniel if he wanted to come up. I didn't get a response yet.
Yeah, Daniel, you're welcome to jump up here, brother, anytime. Let me know. I'll put the link down, or Mama Bear, either one of us. And Bonnie, again, thank you so very much for that. I do appreciate you. 1 second. Because like I said, guys, I want to hear, you have the right to your thoughts and theories on every bit of this as well as we do, okay? So if you disagree, you disagree. That's perfectly fine. I'd love to hear that.
Yes, we live in a banana republic. I'm just answering a chat question.
Nikki says, can we look up precisely how easily and how long transfer DNA can spread? That's a good point. I thought we had looked at that at one point, but we can definitely do it.
We did. Well, you
okay, Daniel, just let us know when you're ready.
Yeah, no problem, bud.
Are you looking that up?
Just 1 second. Yeah, I will.
Right, I'm just going to say to folks that your transfer DNA is the 500 million microscopic skin cells that shed from your body every day. Okay. It's
right. Dolphin and Tattletale says 6 weeks.
Yeah. Okay.
So does Sarah.
Bama asking, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. I love how everyone is ignoring the roomies, not calling Ellie now that BK is in the hot seat. That is more intriguing than it is, but we've been talking about that, Bama. We've talked about that over and over and over and over again. There's nothing that we can do on our side of things, if that's what you're meaning. I have said from the very beginning that I do not trust nor believe the statement that was given care of Dylan, and the fact that Bethany refuses to come back here or back to Idaho. I've had issue with that from day one. 8 hours, yes. Well, we all have issue with that.
I have a serious issue with everybody trying to explain that touch DNA is he was in contact with that knife blade at that sheath at one time.
There you go, Rory.
I have an issue that's really the only evidence people really hang their hat on to say the guy is guilty. Not everyone, but the majority of people that think he's guilty hang their hat on that transfer DNA without any second thought. Yes. And that's how I came to be on the show today, was to share a second thought that there's a seriously honest, easy way to explain this.
Yeah, but the link is in that, Rory.
Right? That's why he's on the hot seat, is because most people don't look at the guy from a point of view that if he were innocent, is this possible? And it seems more possible that if he were innocent, he wouldn't have he would have no DNA in his car of the victims, no hair, no nothing anywhere.
Right.
That makes sense, right?
It does. In my opinion, yes, it does.
Well, and all I'm offering up is an explanation of the sheath, because the sheath seems to be a sticking point that we've all bumped into over and over again.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, my friend on the ground. How we doing out there, brother? I think there's a delay.
Hey, Rory.
Rory, what's up?
Hello, how's everyone doing?
There he is.
Good. How are you?
How are you, bro?
I'm doing excellent, thank you. Hi, Mama Bear, how you been?
Busy with work, but good.
Same here.
Strike first, to answer your questions earlier, bud. I'm sorry, I wasn't ignoring it. There were no footprints. That was another issue. There were no footprints, and Strike had said after that, if Brian didn't touch the sheath per se, how did his DNA get on it? And that's what a lot of people are not understanding. That's how he was explaining it, Strike. I don't know. Did you hear all that, Rory, when he was explaining that?
I was kind of bouncing around, but if I can say, I would say, so in my opinion, obviously there's some sort of an association, because that DNA doesn't just show up. So he knows someone that has an association with the house, in my opinion.
Right.
I mean,
there's your link, Daniel. Come on up, bro.
Rory, with the house, there's a possible associations with the exact lab workers and people in Texas that were involved in the collection and handling of that evidence. He is a criminology major. Let's not forget.
I agree with that too.
Are they his friends? Are they associates
Absolutely.
he goes to drink with or hang out with? Right?
Annie, you're welcome too. Even if sometimes these happen, guys, without planning them, it's okay. That's what this channel's about. I want you guys to come in here and speak your minds. Okay. If I got to do an open panel, open discussion every single day, because that's what you guys want to get out what you got to have to say, then I'll do that. It is what it is. This is your channel, not mine. I just run it for you. I told you that day after day. So absolutely, no worries. And Annie, you're welcome to come up as well.
Hey, Daniel.
What's up, everybody? Can y'all hear me all right?
Hey,
Daniel, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I am in my vehicle, so if you hear background noise, I apologize.
That's it. It happens. It happens.
And you might hear
Might hear what? I don't hear nothing now. You just dropped off.
Right.
Cut out.
Hey, sorry about that. I got a call coming in at that time.
That's okay. No worries.
Driving?
No worries. So, gentlemen, welcome, both of you. Great to have you here. So, what are your thoughts on what Rory just explained his? I mean, do you have any input on that, Daniel? What was just explained?
I didn't hear it. I was switching on, and I was a little bit, I guess, behind. What is it?
It was a theory that Sarge was talking about that we had come up with. He come up with it mostly. Something I was thinking about. Okay, hold on. 1 second here. I gotta handle something again. All right, and at that point, it kind of gives an explanation as to how the DNA could have gotten onto the sheath without Brian even touching it, is what it was. I don't know if you want to do this again, Sarge, but would you like to re-explain that?
Yeah, I could do it.
Oh, I heard that. I heard that explanation.
He was in the
Yeah, I thought you said Rory for some reason had a theory. I was like, I didn't hear his theory, but yeah, no, I heard Sarge's theory on that. I mean, like I said, I think it's possible.
When we talked about the DNA on the sheath on my channel, and we try to look at things on both sides of the coin. Be objective at the same time. Look at things from both sides. And I had indicated that Brian Koberger's studies, had him in the lab or at the police department for various reasons. Maybe perhaps he left his DNA somewhere, and somehow that DNA transferred onto that sheet through, his being in the police department or being at that lab, or, I think it's very possible. I just, like I mentioned before, for me personally, the biggest, suspicious thing is his phone activity the night of the incident. I don't believe in coincidences, and I find that there needs to be a lot of coincidences to happen for it not to be Kohberger, if that makes any sense.
That makes sense.
Like I said, I mean, I don't know if it's him or not. Like, the fact that he doesn't have DNA in his car is a big thing. Now, I know that the paperwork says that there's no explanation as to why there's no DNA, which means that the prosecution hasn't told them why there isn't DNA. Not that
there wasn't a cleaning agent, and I first looked at it, I took it as that. I was like, hey, they're saying there's no explanation, which to me means that there's no, bleach.
Paperwork on it. Yeah.
They have to disclose that, Daniel. They would have to disclose that. If they turned over DNA evidence that indicated no DNA in a car, they would also have anything to support his guilt would have to be disclosed so that when he went to trial, he couldn't be sandbagged.
Right. I'm not saying that they didn't put it in there. What I'm saying is like a lot of the problems that the defense has is that they're not getting results. Like, for instance, they have all the footage of the car, like all the footage of the surveillance, but they don't have it, in my opinion, based on what I'm reading, they don't have like where exactly all of like they have 8 hours of footage, right? And let's just say at 4 hours and 32 minutes, there's a picture of the car. And then at 6 hours and 20 minutes, there's a picture of the car. They don't have that broken down.
But with DNA evidence, it wouldn't be delivered that way, Daniel.
Right. I'm not saying that it's not delivered that way. What I'm saying is,
wait a minute. Let's go back to what you were saying. Hang on. You were saying that because the defense said there's no explanation, that they may not have it yet. And what I'm saying to you is that that's not possible because the prosecution must turn over to the defense all evidence pertaining to their client. Yep. So if they give you a DNA result and that result included that they found chemicals that appeared to show he cleaned the car, that would have to be disclosed at the time you disclose the DNA result.
But disclosing that they have a chemical result test is not the same as somebody coming in and giving you an explanation of those chemical results tests. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a difference there. They can put in there, hey, just like they have in there, there's DNA on the sheet that matches Kohberger, but they don't have how that DNA got on there. They don't have that he touched it with his hands.
But
they don't have those. They don't have the explanation.
But Ann was very specific when she said they show no DNA and no reason for there not to be, which tells you that their disclosure did not include anything that would indicate a cleaning solution. They would know. So when you're examining a car, you're not just looking for DNA. You're looking for proof that the perpetrator removed the DNA from the scene, and that would leave a chemical trace. That's the only way to do it. So if in fact they investigated his car, listen, if they looked at his car and they said there's no DNA in it and there's no explanation to not be, you can rest assured that in the looking for DNA, you're also looking for chemical traces of cleaning. You're looking to see if the scene is
right. I'm not disagreeing. Right. I'm not disagreeing with you there. What I'm saying is that they very well could have put in the analysis that was done and not explain what the analysis meant. And so that is up to the defense to go and get, their experts and do their deal there. And I feel like that's been a common issue in this case. It's not so much that they haven't supplied the evidence, is that they haven't applied the explanation of the evidence or the results of the evidence. They haven't shown them where in the footage is the car. They haven't, not that they haven't given them the footage of the car. It's just that they don't know where exactly in the footage is the car.
Right. But
and I think that's important when they say they have not supplied an explanation for the lack of DNA. And so I think that they didn't say they didn't supply hints that that could result in an explanation for the DNA. They
said there was no evidence. She said in her motion, she said there was no evidence to support why there was no DNA present. That's very specific.
No, she said there was no explanation for the lack, the total lack of DNA evidence. And so the term explanation is in there.
Right. There's no explanation. So
I find that explanation.
When they turned over the DNA results, unlike the video footage where they're not marking time, in the DNA results would be a comprehensive result of what they found, right? So we found a hair follicle. They found no DNA, yet we found clean indications the vehicle had been cleaned. That would be part of the result of their DNA testing. It wouldn't be a separate thing like searching a video for a car 4 hours into the video. That would be in the same package. And that's why Ann Taylor, I believe, said what she said. It was not included. They can't explain why it doesn't exist. Right? I agree.
I mean, perhaps. I mean, they also say that the prosecution is highly relying on a video of a vehicle going in the wrong direction at the wrong time of a Elantra, and they give an address, and that address is fairly close to the victim's residence. And so I think it is a matter of understanding and perspective when it comes to some of the things that are written in this. This is very one-sided and biased. I mean, you know, they can claim they don't know something, and them not knowing something can allow them to make other claims based on the information that they currently have. Like they can say, you know, they could say, like, for instance, they got 51 terabytes worth of evidence, right? And that's probably visual evidence, and you know, the prosecution could give them all of that evidence, but because they haven't found it yet, like what's in there, the defense can come up and say, like, we haven't received evidence to our knowledge that has a video of Brian Koberger's car. And the prosecution's like, well, we gave you all our evidence. It's in there. It's 51 terabytes. The prosecution and law enforcement have how many federal agents, how many ISP officers, how many different Moscow Police Department investigators, you know, doing this. So it's probably going to take time. And I think what the goal or the objection or the objective here in doing so and doing it like this is to force Brian Koberger and his defense team to ask for a continuance in this, and that way they can also in turn continue to do their investigation, because I feel that the prosecution had the rug, you know, kind of taken out of under them when they didn't have DNA in the car. They didn't have DNA in his apartment. There's no, evidence of planning that we're aware of, you know, of this crime. And so
he was accused of being a stalker. Yet his car shows up in that area for 5 months before the crimes ever happened, right? And they used that to determine that he was a stalker. And yet, my point is, that tells me his car in that area that day on that crime isn't unusual. You showed me for 5 months he's been in that area over and over and over again. So what would make it so at that particular time is what I'm saying. It's coincidental. It's horrible for him, but
Sarge, turn your mic up a little bit.
It doesn't say to me that was an unusual presence for his white vehicle, because they've got 5 months of video footage telling us he was in that area. Do you follow me?
No, I understand, but what they're trying to do is say is that he was in that area for a specific reason. And, you know, they're going through his history and everything else, and it's going to be basically, I mean, he doesn't have to provide it. Obviously, there's not the job of the defense to prove he's innocent, but you would think that it would be in his benefit for him to provide a reason why he was there, to clear it up. That way they can clear his, like, hey, you know, I had a friend that lived in that apartment complex next door.
Can I say
have a
that?
friend that lives somewhere.
He doesn't need to explain himself at all. What the state needs to do is show him in that house committing those crimes. And videos of his car that seems too coincidental for people isn't evidence he did anything. That's your personal struggle. It's not a struggle for Brian Koberger, right? Because Brian Koberger doesn't have to say one thing to anybody about where he was that night. It's upon the state, and the state relying on a blurry photograph. Listen, and the state relying on videos that don't ID a driver getting in and out of the car, and or even the race of the driver of that vehicle is a problem for the prosecution. No matter what his cell phone pings show you, those cell phone pings can't be that accurate. They even
please be respectful in the chat. You disagree or not, I just ask you to be respectful. I'm sorry, turn your microphone up a little bit. Nobody can really hear you very well.
I think it's on your end. I can't turn it up anymore here. Maybe I can. Hang on. In StreamYard? Microphone. Yeah, can you hear me any better now? How about now?
Yeah, you sound good to me, my man.
All I'm saying is that we don't really disagree, Daniel. It's just putting a different interpretation on the same information, right? We have a different.
And I agree with him. He doesn't. Right, and I agree with you. He doesn't have to come up with anything or say any of those things. He has the right to remain silent. The issue is you have some circumstantial evidence that would put it in his benefit to come forward and say where he was at if he wasn't involved. You know, like for instance, you have, all right, you know, we can come up with a bunch of scenarios as to why his DNA is on the sheath, but it's on there. And as you mentioned, they're not arguing the validity of that DNA being on there. It appears that it is his. They're arguing how he got it on there. Then you have the fact that he coincidentally is also driving a white sedan without a front license plate. You know, and then coincidentally his phone is off during the commission of the crime. So you have this circumstantial, very 100% circumstantial, but there is a little bit of weight there because those things sort of cooperate each other. For instance, if you were to arrest the actual killer of this crime, you would think that there would be some sort of DNA left back at the residence, which there is DNA to Brian Koberger. You would assume that either his phone would show that, or his or her phone would show that the person was in the area during the commission of the crime, or that they tried to cover that up by having their phone off or leaving their phone behind. And Brian Koberger, check marks that box. And then you also have video surveillance of a white vehicle, four-door sedan, possibly without a front license plate, right, in and around the area during the commission of the crime.
Is he not the perfect suspect?
I mean, not really. I mean, I would have assumed that it would have.
No. See,
right, that does exactly, and that is what you're saying.
Daniel, that makes him a suspect. And let me just say that I've been in a lot of legal trouble when I was younger. I've beaten cases where my fingerprints were on the door hinges that were removed to get in the apartment, and they couldn't indict me for it. Okay, so let me just say something to you. They have a fantastic roster of reasons to investigate Mr. Brian Koberger for the murder of those children. Absolutely agree with you. However, those pieces alone in no way, shape, or form can unquestionably place him in that home. That information can be beat down with reasonable doubt, right? And because of that, I don't think they should have arrested Brian. What they should have done, in my opinion, was bring him in for questioning to further the information, to get a piece of evidence from his mouth, from his mannerisms, from his testing of DNA, from a million things investigators are supposed to do before you run out and you use DNA samples that the FBI tested that they told you not to use, and you use it to get a warrant to arrest an American. See, that I have a problem with.
So I got a question for you. I got a question for you. So
you cut out, bud.
Koberger in, and he would have. Let's just say they would have asked him, "Would you give us a sample of your DNA?" Well, let's just say he says yes, and then they're going to match him to the sheath. We're in the exact same position we are now without the sheath information, and in the exact same. Without the genealogical tree information, and I mean that in every sense because the prosecution isn't using that evidence against him to prosecute him. And so we would have been exactly in the exact same spot right now. And would you have thought that maybe perhaps if they would have gone down that route that he would be guilty now? Or more or less guilty?
You see, the way the FBI handled the sample that built the genealogical tree, you sign a non-disclosure agreement to obtain that. And the FBI tells you not to use this in the issuance of warrants or at court. So here's what really should have happened was they had a strong lead with a DNA hit from Touch DNA. Then they could have brought Brian in. Then they could have searched his car. They could have done a lot of things by simply asking him without a warrant. Okay? And then they would have came across the information we're now getting from Ann Taylor. No DNA in his car. That would be a red flag. But DNA on the sheet. Now Brian could talk to you because he's a suspect. But they didn't do it that way. They took the circumstantial evidence and ran and got an arrest warrant with it, and then got warrants to find out what we now know. And that's backwards, Daniel. That's the point. That's the big beef.
No, and I get that. But the thing is, when it comes to an investigation, and I think I explained this last night on the live with Blue and Dago, was that sometimes you get information about somebody, and it's not some information that you can use. And the example that I used last night is, and this is probably one of the most common ways, is you'll have somebody that's upset with somebody, and they'll come forward, and they don't want to be involved in any trial or hearing. They don't want to be known as a stitch, but they'll come up and say, "Hey, this person did me wrong in some form or fashion. Go look at him." And the example that I used, and this is an example that happens really, really common, is, "Hey, this guy shortchanged me on some narcotics that I bought. He's a drug dealer. He's selling." Does that mean that the cops can then turn around and go arrest that guy immediately? No, they got to build a case. They're going to watch the guy. They're going to follow him. They're going to allow other people to pull him over. You know, they're going to allow other people to go over there. You know, they're going to look at people that are arriving at this guy's house, leaving after a short period of time, multiple vehicles at all hours of the night, building a strong circumstantial case. And then you start knocking down those vehicles. You find drugs in those vehicles, and then you tie them back to this guy. So does that mean that this entire case against this drug dealer should be thrown out? Because the initial tip that came to me was from one of his drug users or buyers who doesn't want to be a part of the trial, doesn't want to be part of the case. No, absolutely not.
I get that.
That would 100% fly.
Let's deal with the facts in the Koberger case. I'll give you a simple thing that makes these guys look like idiots. One, you have a car that hurriedly left the scene, and the police took photographs and measurements of the tire tracks left in the road. Okay? Then they let the guy drive 1,200, 1,500 miles on those tires, never to be identified with those tracks again, because the tire in that car is the most common tire used on every mid-sized car in America. So now you got tire tracks and imprints and pictures and measurements, and the perp drives all across the world with those tires. They'll never match. What kind of a cop are you? What kind of an idiot are you that you don't stop and question Brian Koberger and investigate him? Measure his tires. Get an imprint from it. You don't need warrants for that. You need it permission. You can even do it secretly. You can put something beneath his car tire on the passenger side. He doesn't see it. He backs over it and doesn't know it. There's a million ways you're supposed to investigate people in America. You're not simply supposed to take a circumstantial case and go to a judge and say, "Oh, you know, it's my experience that criminals turn phones off during the commission of a crime." Well, prove to me that Brian Koberger, in fact, did that. That's what you're supposed to bring the judge, not this theory from a cop. I got pictures of a white car. He owns a white car. That's a theory. There's no evidence Brian was in that car. Cell pings or not. Still, you can't place him in the car. You should never arrested this guy. You really shouldn't have. They did it based on touch DNA, and the FBI told them not to use that, and they did it anyway. That's the problem here.
I agree.
And that's why Ann Taylor is going after all of the lab workers. She's going after all the policemen. She's not going after the DNA sample. She's going after the people that did this investigation. You got to ask yourself, why is she doing that? And I think I'm giving you the reason why. They just shouldn't have done what they did the way they did it. If this guy is guilty, he stands a chance of getting off because they screwed this whole case up. And that would be tragic.
And I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on a lot of that stuff. In fact, there's reasons why the Gonzalez family are setting up an avenue in the future to sue the city of Moscow in case of, certain things come to light that they didn't do correctly. That's not right. That's not something that I'm disagreeing at all. I think 100% of the time, in this case, the police did a lot of things wrong in this case. I mean, you can see them in the house without booties. There's an incident where they're walking into the house without gloves. Multiple officers walking into that house without gloves. And so, you can see these things, the contaminate. Like, I get it 100%, which is why, I tell people, if I had this evidence today, as much as I think that Koberger did it, would I vote or would I put under that he's guilty? Because those are two different things. Being guilty beyond reasonable doubt and thinking that he did something was two different things. OJ is a perfect.
Right. Well, Dan, my conclusion on the OJ Simpson case is his oldest son did.
Yeah, put this.
His oldest son had he had some disabled. He has some problem where he gets angry and he has outbursts. He's bipolar or something. It's always been a problem since he was a child. And that glove didn't fit OJ. It probably would have fit his kid. And I think OJ was going to take the fall for his kid. That's what I think happened there. I could be wrong, but that's my assessment of the facts I looked at.
Yeah, no, my wife agrees with you on that. She thinks OJ's son is.
Tell your wife I said hello. Yeah, we agree on a lot of things. Listen, your shaping of the evidence is not wrong. It's no more wrong than my shaping. It's just a different perspective, right? And both of them could be proven to be equally valid. You could be equally right that he touched that. You know, this could all end up in him being the murderer, and I don't know that it will. Right? I don't know.
Right.
I just see that there's a whole bunch of holes in the process they use to get this guy that I wouldn't be comfortable with. Like I told you, I had fingerprints on door hinges that were removed to rob an apartment, and I didn't get indicted. And the reason I didn't get indicted was because I had reason to be there. I was the maintenance man that painted that hallway. So my fingerprints were in an unusual place that would be common to a painter, not to a thief, right? And therefore, they didn't charge me with the crime. And that's all I'm saying. I look at things from that point of view. Is there a way that Brian Koberger's been charged and shouldn't have been? Taking the coincidences out. Look at the facts of Mr. Koberger as a normal person. He's an upstanding student. He recovered from heroin. He lost all the weight. He became somewhat popular. People that do know him well like him. His teacher gave him a recommendation, liked him. You know, if you look at him from being just a regular guy and then look at the evidence against him, it just looks like, my dear God, is this a tragedy of justice? Nobody looks at the guy as a normal person. We all look at him as the killer of 4 kids, and it's hard to wrap your head around things that are so coincidental in that context. But if you look at him as a guy like me and you can reasonably understand how he got involved in this by just sheer fucking bad luck.
And thank you, mainstream media, for that, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, there's a lot there that we're gonna have to also wait to see. I'm sure that the prosecution has some evidence. I don't think it's a lot of evidence. You know, I know a lot of people are saying, "Oh, we don't know everything the prosecution has."
What do you think it would be?
You know, I think we're gonna know more or less. You know, how precise those GPS locations are on his phone prior to this incident, where exactly he was at.
How precise do you think those are? Because it's a 15 to 20 mile radius, correct? Is that what
Yeah, but that's for traditional triangulation. That's not what they used in this case. They used something. The FBI CAS system has a timing band that they can use to measure the time it takes for a signal to go from the phone tower to the cell phone and back. And that'll give them a precise location. It's a lot different than what they used to use with triangulation.
Okay,
Now,
so maybe they put them in the vicinity, but it doesn't put them in the house, though, because there's no DNA in his car.
Right. I'm not saying that it puts him in the house. I want to know how close. Right. I want to know how close he was to that house.
How about the fact that the phone was off, though? How do you do that with a phone that was turned off?
No, I'm talking about the 12 occasions prior to the incident. I want to know where he was at, how precise location he was, how long he was there, exactly what time and days he was there. You know, because a lot of that stuff's for interpretation when they say early morning hours, you know, early morning for whom? You know, late hours, late for whom? So, you know, 10 o'clock might be late for a news anchor, but not for a college student. So, you know, I want to see what that evidence is. You know, if he's out there, you know, directly like in front of that house, like at 3 o'clock in the morning on a couple of different nights, that could be suspicious.
Well, it could also be common though if he's there for a reason. Bethany.
I agree. Yeah.
All right, but the defense said that there's no connection between them, so then there wouldn't be a connection to anybody there. There shouldn't be a reason for him to be there.
Daniel, I have a question I want to ask you based on an email that somebody sent to me.
Yeah.
Okay. I can't remember who sent the email, but supposedly this person got it from, and I don't know if this was talked about with you and between you and Christy. This person said that they had a response from Christy, I think it was Christy, or one of the call business, I'm sorry, that stated that Brian Koberger was seen parking his car the day of the night of the murder, day of the murder, whatever it was. Okay, and then seen leaving in his car at 4:22 a.m.
Is that on camera?
Just on camera. Was that said to you?
No, I highly doubt that's accurate. You know, when I was talking with her, they strongly believe that he was involved just because of their confidence in the case and the evidence that's there.
but
That's
you
what
know,
I thought. But
they felt that the DNA in the car was going to be a big indicator more, or she did. I only talked to Christy, so I can't speak for talking to anybody else.
right.
But yeah, she that's what basically she had told me. But when I was talking to her, I feel that if they had that information, then they would have been more than like 95% sure it's him. You get what I'm saying? That was around the ballpark, 95% sure-ish.
Yeah, if they had that kind of evidence showing him doing at home and then leaving it during those hours the phone was off before and after, and it overcame the murder scene times, then they would actually went to court and asked for the case to be dismissed. The prosecution wouldn't hold. If there is a video showing him at home at 2:47 and not leaving until 4:40 or something, if there is a video like that or proof of that, they would have dismissed the case. They wouldn't hold him.
Right. No, I get it. And I just, like I said, I look at everybody's emails. It takes me a while, but I do. And I know Daniel had conversation with her, so I didn't know if that was something that was ever talked about. That's why I asked.
I'll say this, and then I gotta get going here pretty soon.
That's fine.
She made it seem like they weren't telling them much of anything.
I can't hear you. Right. You're really muffled for right now for some reason.
Yeah, it's because I'm on the road. I apologize. I'm in a bad spot. Hopefully, you can hear me a little bit better now. But what they had said, can you hear me better?
Yeah, that's a little bit better.
Yeah, what she had told me was that they weren't getting a lot of information from the police, which is why I question a lot of this stuff that gets leaked out, because according to Christy, her and her family aren't getting a lot. They're not being, and they're not in constant communication with the police anymore or anything like that. I think a lot of it, and this is just my personal opinion, she didn't mention this. I think that, maybe a lot may have had to do with them coming out and speaking early and being Steve. But my impression from them is that the police department and, the investigators aren't giving them much of anything. The stuff that they know or that they've found out has been like, for instance, like the information that I know about the 911 call from them came firsthand from the person that called 911.
Right.
Yep. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I strongly believe what I believe.
Was the person that called 911 one of the survivors?
A person that called 911 was accurate on Ashley Banfield's report that it was Ethan's best friend.
Hunter Johnson, right.
And he showed up to the scene at about what time?
According to what I have heard was he wasn't there maybe a couple of minutes before the 911 call was made.
From what I understand was that he got a call from the girls and that there was an issue getting into the door, and once he was able to get into the door, 911 was called immediately.
So he was the only one that went into that scene. There wasn't a whole gang of
I don't know if there was a whole gang of anybody. Christy, I don't know if Christy knows that either or not. But like we struggle, based on that information there, and also some other information that we know,
from other people that are somewhat from the area.
Right.
We struggle with, like, for instance, people knowing the extent of the injuries of the victims before, the coroner came out and spoke about it, right? Because the coroner came out and said some things, and so did Steve. And I think a lot of people put their, connected some dots there.
She should have never spoke on anything, in my opinion. That's my opinion. I don't like her very much. I think.
Can I also say something that I was told was that
what's that?
The unconscious statement on the 911 call was the call out to the police. In other words, the caller may not have in fact ever used that word, but to stop panic and media attention, they used the term unconscious.
Well,
that's what I was made to understand.
Well,
I don't know if it's real or not.
It could have been, based on my history in EMS, it could have been a descriptive reasoning behind that, because it could have been explained to the 911 operator that the person was was unconscious, and at that point did not know the full extent of what the injuries were. In turn, that's probably why that was called that way.
I think there was a lot of panic and a lot of from my understanding, I mean, if you go and watch the celebration of life where Ethan's best friend goes out there and talks, and this was several weeks later, he
was broken up.
Yeah, he's not good, man. He's emotionally not good. And that's why, like, I also question a lot of things where, like, people say, for instance, there was a gathering or people met up and talked. I don't think that's the case. This kid saw what happened, from my understanding, right? He saw what happened, and he was not good. Like, emotionally, he's been a wreck. He's not been good, from my understanding. And so for a lot of people to see this and not one person freak out, not one person have an emotional issue and call the police before 10, 11, 11:30 makes me suspicious about the timing in which people were aware of this. And so, based on the information that I have, the person that called 911 wasn't aware that early in the morning. Not aware of any of those things that have occurred. It was literally minutes from the time that they were aware of something happening. I don't know what that something is, because that wasn't disclosed to me. The only thing that was disclosed to me was that he got a call from the girls. He went over, had trouble getting into the door. Once he did get into the door where Zan and Ethan were, 911 was immediately contacted.
Gotcha.
And that poor kid, man, unbelievable.
Right,
feel for that young man, you know what I'm saying? He was one of the triplets. Unbelievable, man.
So, Daniel, how reliable do you feel the DNA is if in that morning there was a group of people going in and out of that house? How reliable do you feel that DNA actually is?
Well, a lot of conversations, nobody ever talks about going up to that third floor either.
Right.
I haven't even heard anything about that. In fact, like even talking with Christy, it doesn't appear that Dylan. So there's been a rumor out there that Dylan called everybody that night around 4 a.m. According to Christy, she stated that they looked at Kaylee's phone records and there wasn't a call coming at that time. And so that doesn't mean that Dylan didn't call other people or whatever. But I mean, there's a possibility that everything that they heard, because I mean, there's a good chance that Maddie and Kaylee were asleep, right? And when their attack happened, and so a lot of the noise, and maybe if there was a yell or scream or whimper or any of those things, or people that were awake, was on that second floor. So I think that may have been where all the attention was focused at. And I don't know if anybody ever went up to that third floor. I don't know.
I read that emergency responders found the victims on the third floor.
That's what I heard too. I also heard early on, and not so much I heard, I saw.
Yeah, I read it.
Right, I saw this on a news report. This guy was outside of the house, and he made a report that the third bedroom door was locked behind Coburn, or behind the killer. And so, how I hadn't heard it since. I hadn't been able to find it. I looked for it. I looked for it in multiple places, but I haven't found it. So I don't know if maybe I just imagined it, or if it's real, or if it came out, and I don't know. But I could have sworn that was the case in one situation with that. But yeah, like I said, there's reasons why I struggle with some of the things that have come out, and it has to do with that. I don't think that, and you know what? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if anybody made entry into the third floor room to contaminated something or not.
I have zero knowledge.
I want to interject a little bit on that. I feel like I agree with you to an extent on that. Or, well, you said you don't know, but I feel like I don't think that. Well, let's just say Hunter. By the way, real quick, Sleuthy, everybody in chat is requesting for you to join us on panel if you would, dear. Here's another link real quick for you. If you would, please, if you have the time, it would be very much appreciated. Thank you. But as far as that, I don't like if Hunter went in, found Ethan, as we said, it was very traumatizing, I'm sure. and then the call was made shortly thereafter. I don't think that they probably did go upstairs at that point. I think they waited for police to do it, and that's my opinion. I'm not saying that is, what it is, but I'm just saying I feel like that's probably the fact.
No, 100%, 100%. Hey, I'm gonna jump off real quick, guys. I might be able to get back on, but we just got to the house. I gotta get the baby down and the whole 9 yards.
No, do your thing, brother.
Hey, nice talking with you, man.
Nice talking to you there, Daniel.
Thanks again, and thanks for having me on the show last night. I appreciate that as well. Go do your thing, brother. I appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon. And he's gone. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you once again, Rory.
Where's the goose?
Speak very much.
Man. Absolute pleasure to be here.
And there she is.
Oh, Miss Goosey.
Can you hear us, Sleuth?
No.
She's muted. You're muted. I don't know if you knew that, but you're muted.
Mute.
Unmute, mute.
She's temporarily in Helen Keller mode.
Yes. And again, Rory, thank you for joining us as well. Like I said, guys, if I have to do this every day, I don't mind. It's your channel. Whatever you guys request, your wish is my command. So you're still muted, Sleuthy. I don't know if you can hear me, hon. There she is. There she is. All right.
I said I hate to do it to you, but I'm driving too, so
that's all right. It's quieter there than it was with them. I don't know. He had a lot going on over there, so it's all right. Thank you for joining us. How are you today?
we're driving to the beach finally.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Me? Yeah.
Oh, okay. There we go. I didn't know if you could hear me. I just said, so how are you today? I think there might be a slight delay. Okay. So do you have any thoughts on this? That's what we just talked about, or anything at all?
If there was, it's not out of the realm of possibility that there was a call to the roommates, just simply because I do know that if you are looking at call logs,
I think she's cutting in and out.
Yeah, you just cut out, honey. All we heard was if you're looking at call logs and then you disappeared.
oh my God, what about now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
It's so if you're looking at phone records, call logs from your service provider, it's not going to show that you've got an incoming call if you don't answer it, like even for a second, or
Right.
that person doesn't leave a voicemail. So technically, just because it's not on the call logs doesn't mean that she didn't try to call. But I do find it strange that I would find it strange to know that nobody went upstairs to the third floor, because in that instance, I'm thinking that you're already assuming that the people upstairs are deceased, and that shouldn't be so. Because
That
you're
is what I was
alive.
thinking too. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just out of pure curiosity, I mean, where are the girls? You know, there's obviously two people not there. So for me, I would go looking around. But that's just
Yeah, I would too. I'd have ran up them stairs to look.
Absolutely. So I
The
found
dog had to have been making some kind of noise with new people coming into the home, right?
Mm-hmm.
Him kicking down a door, it sounds like he had to force his way into the room that would excite the. Yeah. I read somewhere, and I don't remember where, it was stated that the EMS workers found the victims on the third floor. So it seems pretty conclusive. Nobody downstairs knew that they were upstairs. You know,
EMS, and this is something that I wonder, because I had mentioned that when Daniel was talking, or maybe all of you were talking about the call that came in, and how sometimes they, whatever, based on what's said, that they might put that it was unconscious as opposed to something else. But if you look at the call logs for the calls for service, it's written as a homicide, number one, and number two, it says that it came in at 11:56. And I know we're only talking about 2 minutes, but why would they repeatedly say 11:58, 11:58 if you knew that it was 11:56? Unless maybe there were two calls, maybe one did come in at 11:58, but it's not on the log. So I find that strange. And then my other thing is if you're saying if they called and said someone was unconscious or deceased, one or the other, it doesn't matter. How fast did they respond? Number one. And number two, how far away was EMS to the point where when they arrived, police already knew that all 4 people were completely deceased and there was no reason for them to go in the house?
Here's the problem with this, okay? And I've had an issue with this for a long time now, based on standard operating procedures, protocol, whatever, okay? But the time that the call went in, we'll just say it was 11:58, whatever, okay? From what I understand, it took PD to 2 minutes to get there, okay? So we'll say noon, okay? From what I understand, EMS was canceled or was told to stand by. Now, I've never seen that happen on any scene. I was in this for years, okay? Even if PD goes in, they have to secure the scene in a sense, but EMS
but they're not medical people. Yeah.
They're not. They're still supposed to go in and assess the scene, and then we wait for the coroner to show up, okay? That's how that usually works, but it didn't happen. So they either canceled them, because I know EMS was rolled instantaneously, because I called, asked what the SOP was on this, all of that. And when you get a call for an unconscious person, they roll EMS immediately, because we don't know if that is a cardiac event, if somebody's passed out drunk, if somebody had, a seizure. We don't know what that is, so they roll EMS automatically to handle the situation, okay? Right. This was different. This was a completely different situation. There was nothing in the PCA about EMS, which told me right off the bat, and I think Annie Potts brought it up too, why weren't they there? Well, so I go looking into it. They were not allowed in the house.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
Why would you not allow EMS in the house? That's ridiculous.
How would you know EMS didn't need to be in the house? Is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Well, can I ask you guys a question, Dago, specifically? So if I'm a cop and I go into a home and it's clear that there's deceased people there, do I still allow EMS to come in to confirm that?
Yes.
Great question.
See, this whole case was done in a way, and that's the point I was trying to make with Daniel. It's all done backwards and ignorant.
Yeah.
Everything they did, these people.
Here's the thing.
So then I have.
Go ahead, Lucy. Go ahead.
Then I have 2 questions. A follow-up to his was, so there's no degree of damage that they'd have walked in on that would have said the less people in here, the better. And there's absolutely no way in hell that EMS needs to be in here because of what we've assessed. Like, is there no condition that would say it would be pointless to contaminate this crime scene with additional EMS people when it's clearly not needed?
Not that somebody else asked me that before. Now, and I think my mother, because my mother and I talk about this too, and she's in here at the time. We've talked about that, okay? And she's made, she's a nurse for 50 years, whatever, so on and so forth, and said, okay, here's the situation. I imagine that PD does have some first responder medical training, some, not like what we would have had in the situation, but here's the deal. If they showed up and they walked in, they saw the scene, you realize that these people are deceased, there's blood everywhere, so on and so forth, I get that, but you still have to see if there's any survivors, anybody that could survive, if there's any EMS attention needed, based on what the situation looks like, okay? I don't understand why that was not done, so no. In my opinion, what your question was, I do not believe there was. Now, if a house blew up, I'm sorry to say it like this, it's kind of morbid. If a house blew up and everybody inside of it was inside, then yeah, that's a different situation. But this, they don't know what
EMS for that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they don't know what happened. They don't know what happened when they get there, or do they? Okay, I'm not saying that they did, but I'm saying that would be the only circumstance that I could say that they would say we don't need you. Okay, if they knew exactly what happened. But how did they know that when EMS was right behind them? They've only been there for a matter of a couple minutes, if that, okay? And to assess the entire house and all 4 victims.
That's what I'm saying.
Right. There's no way. So there's something wrong with that.
That's what I'm saying is, unless EMS was like 30 minutes behind, which I can't imagine
No.
No.
that
Even
would have
5
been,
minutes
that
or
would have been
4 minutes.
so correct. So I don't
No.
understand how you would go in. First of all, when you got there, you would be greeted by many people, right? Because we were told by the
Right.
police there were multiple people there, and they said that the surviving roommates summoned friends. That says more than one. Maybe it was only 2, but maybe it was 8. So you go and you have all these people, and you're greeted by all of these people, and so they're probably frantic. It's going to take a minute to say to them, explain to me what's going. We'll go in and try to help, and then you go in and you walk up the steps. You find one, you have to check on them. Then you have to go back to those people and say, does anybody else live in this house? Yeah, there's people on the 3rd floor. There's another floor that has 2 people up there. Then you got to go up there. So how did you do all of that and then go back outside to be able to?
Absolutely.
I mean, I guess you could have radioed, but you would have had to assess all 4 people. And keep in mind that they did not just. I hope they didn't. They could not have just gone in all willy-nilly like the killer was already gone, because they would have no way to know that. So they would have had to go in and clear all the rooms.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Because you cannot be in. Listen, we responded to multiple calls that were domestic violence situations, or whatever the situation is in that realm. Okay, PD has to go in. I've been in multiple areas where we've sat off to the side of the road, waiting for them to clear the scene, and then for us to go inside for our safety as well as everybody else that's around. Okay, they have to go in. They have to clear the scene. Or secure the scene. I'm sorry. Secure the scene, and then allow EMS to come in and do whatever they're going to do. Here's the thing with this. It really, really bothers me ever since Annie and me talked about this a month or 2 ago, as to why they had them on standby or stopped them. Okay. You cannot do that. We don't, like I said, you don't know. And Mandy asked a question a few seconds ago. Do you think that there were signs of life? It makes me wonder. It makes me wonder in a sense, because these wounds were not caused by a gun. This was a knife. Okay. It's very possible that there could have been signs of life still at this point. I don't want to say that, giving people hope, but I mean, we don't know. We don't know. And that's why I think EMS should have went in there. Granted, like I said, first responders, police officers do have some medical training. If they went in and they checked pulses, they're deceased, I get it, so on and so forth. I still think that EMS should assess the situation to see what's going on with all 4 of the victims, and they did not do that. And that it really bothered me.
Another big problem with what the police did is when they stated the time of death was determined from Bethany's phone and did give no elaboration. And I have yet to see anything in a coroner's. Usually you would have time of death established by coroner's report, right? TMD, time of death. But that isn't, you don't see that anywhere related to this case. Your time of death is related to a person's cell phone.
Well,
I find that to be obnoxious, to be
time
honest.
of death is noon per Mabbott. Yeah, I don't trust her, but whatever.
Listen, if we're going to talk about Mabbott, there are many things that the prosecution is going to have to do to overcome the amount of damage that Mabbott has done. And thing after thing after thing after thing, all the way down to her. First of all, the biggest thing that bothered me about that whole situation, her speaking, was from day one, was November the 15th when she did that interview, and she told them that she had determined that the official ruling on the cause and manner of death was going to be a homicide by stabbing. Okay. And the autopsies hadn't even been started yet. So there was no way for her to know that and to have automatically deemed it as so, unless she was told or saw that knife sheath. And automatically the police were like, something had, it had to have been somebody, because the knife's not here. The knife's not here. And so somebody had to have come in and did this, and this is how they died. But again, that's not what you're supposed to do. Why bother sending them for an autopsy if you're saying that the toxicology wasn't going to be relevant and you're already making a ruling on their cause and manner of death? That is bizarre. The other thing that she did that bothered me was, and something that they're going to have to get past, is the fact that she sat there on national news and said that the victims were found in beds. Now, when she was asked directly, if they were all in their beds, she said, I don't think I'm allowed to disclose that. And then when she was asked the second time, she said, well, can you answer this? Were they found in beds? Meaning just anybody's beds doesn't mean they had to die in those beds. It means they could have all been in one bed. They could have, it was a very broad general. And she said, yes. So my problem with that is that nobody's supposed to move a body until you get there. You're asked to get there until 5 or 5:30. So that's a problem. That's 5 hours. What were you doing? And on top of that, then you have Payne in a sworn affidavit saying that one of the victims was on the floor. So how'd she get from the floor to the bed when Mabbitt saw her?
Thank you. Another question is, why didn't Mabbitt see the sheath? Where was the sheath if it was underneath that body? Why didn't she see it?
Why did the police recover it? Not her.
Okay.
Great question.
Yes, Robin, you're correct. 20 years, she's never been prohibited from going into a scene. It's a fact, folks. I called after that. Annie told me that multiple areas and asked what SOP was, okay, including Moscow. No, guys, that's wrong. It doesn't work that way. Now, I'm not going to stick up for these cops, okay, but I am at the same time. Yes, if this was a traumatic scene, okay, it was a mess. It's very traumatic. PTSD, things like that will kick in. If you don't have it, you will have it, period, stuff like that. I could see that maybe they panicked a little bit, but you still have to fall back into protocol and do what's right. So, yeah,
Well, listen, I'm not trying to bag on them, but this is what you're trained for. If you show up to a scene like that, like you just said, you have to get your mind right, and you got to go back to your training in the protocol. And they did.
I said this the other day. I said it the other day. I said one of my worst nightmares when I was doing fire and EMS was to show up on a scene that was a family member, a friend, or somebody that I would have to handle myself. Okay, worst nightmare. I'm telling you right now. I did experience it with somebody I knew, but it wasn't somebody I knew that close, and it still was traumatizing.
You know what else is traumatizing for me?
Even though I still would have to do my job. Okay, you have to put that stuff aside and do your job again. And this excuse has been made for PD that maybe they couldn't handle the situation. It was a one time. You don't know how you're going to deal with this till you walk up in it. Okay, great, I get it. I do get it.
That's absurd. That's absurd.
You got to do your job.
Listen, I would have suspected that the policeman that entered that scene would have then, to secure the scene, taken every single living human being within the bounds of that property and put them in separate police cars and brought them to the police station. There should be records of that. You don't ask the people at the scene of the crime as a cop, what do you think happened here? What were you doing? Who were you? You bring them all in and you put them in separate rooms and start asking questions.
And there were two groups of people, folks.
And where is the information that took place? We don't know that they didn't follow their procedures. It's almost like they're the Keystone Cops over there.
They did nothing by protocol. Nothing was done by protocol. Not one thing. Okay. The first thing.
But what is their protocol?
That's a great question. I was just going to ask that. What's their protocol?
What is their protocol?
You can listen.
They haven't had anything that happened like that.
No, but you can look up standard operating procedure for that specific area. You can look it up everywhere. It's pretty generalized for most places.
It's got to be the most. Sure. It's got to be similar everywhere.
Yeah, it's pretty generalized, but they didn't. Yeah. Go ahead, hon.
Obviously, there's a lag. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, right. And I was gonna say, like, its standard operating procedure is the same. It's nation. Worldwide, basically, in those certain types of situations.
That if this happens, you do this, and you.
That's right. That's what it is. And then protocol for that specific area may be a little different than what my area was, or where Sleuthy lives, or where Sarge is at. But it's still all generalized to the same type of scenario. They didn't even follow protocol to a basic generalized area. Okay.
And here's the funny thing, though: they do exhibit the intelligence and knowledge of an investigation when they tell you they surreptitiously took someone's cigarette butt and tested it.
Yes.
Okay, so they know protocol. Okay, they know how to do an investigation, but somehow everything else is all confused. And when it comes to BK, it's like a tornado of data that doesn't add up unless you're convinced the kid did it.
Yes,
if you're not convinced he did it, that data looks like a mess.
This is a fact right here. Doc Terry says absolutely you have to rise to professional obligation, collapse later, and that is a fact. And I don't care that excuse. That's why that excuse doesn't work for me that was given, because they've never experienced this before. You have to give them a break. No, I don't. I'll tell you why. I went into a house fire one time and I had to help. there was a house fire in a large house, burnt to the ground. 4 babies died in this house fire. They were very little, okay? And I had to go in and help and see this. When you look at something that looks like a ball of charcoal and it's a child, it will mess with your head. I had a 7-month-old baby at home. I went home crying after the scenario, crying, holding my baby because it traumatized me after seeing that. So that's how this works, folks. You do your job and then you go home and then you fall apart. Yep. That's how this happens. That's part of the job. If you can't handle it, you shouldn't be there.
Yep.
And that's not just police either. I mean, you think that nurses and doctors don't see some crazy shit, some traumatizing shit.
Yes.
And I'll tell you something. And the more that you talk about it, because I kind of came to a realization a couple days ago, which was really interesting to me. And I won't get like entirely into it because I already know it's going to offend a lot of people. But surely you can guess where I'm kind of going with this. But I was like trying to figure out. So you have to keep in mind that even like the last multiple homicide that they had there, it was fairly quickly over and done with. Okay, they had the person that did it. They already knew that, it wasn't like a mystery. Okay, and it also wasn't like in the middle of the night, like long delay, and then having to you have a suspect that's ahead of you, right? But I was thinking, I'm like, it's super bizarre that they immediately went in, and I was watching all old footage, and all of the reporters are like, we don't know what happened. We don't know what happened. We know that there's they found deceased people in the house. Then they found 4 deceased people in the house, and we still don't know what happened. But police are going to put out a release soon. Well, then they had their first press conference on the 16th. So we're talking 3 days later, okay? Yeah. And if you think about this, I would want to know if it was usual for 3 officers to respond on a Sunday morning, well, I guess at noon, for 3 officers to respond to something like this, an unconscious person, especially if the people that called 911 never went upstairs. So as far as they knew, there were only 2 victims.
Right.
And so is it normal for that many officers to respond? And then when you're reading the PCA, it says that when they arrived at 4 p.m., okay, ISP was getting ready to process the scene. They hadn't even done anything yet.
Yes.
And the coroner wasn't there yet. So essentially,
what the hell were they doing?
From noon to 4.
Right.
What were they doing? Now, but they immediately put out that it was targeted. They won't explain why. They haven't. They still haven't. And I am to the point now where I'm like, I almost think I know what happened. Is they went in, and I think that the thought may have been that it was some type of that. I was listening to this old homicide detective on some show, like a show, and he was like, I was thinking about this, and when they said immediately, as soon as they arrived, the initial reaction was that there is no threat to the public at all. It was targeted, and there's no threat to the public at all, which is a nonsense thing to say, unless you thought the killer was deceased in the house. Okay. So did that create a large delay in starting to process, the coroner showing up, getting FBI to come in, collecting evidence, separating the people that were at the house when you arrived? Is the reason that all of that took so many hours and hours and hours and hours was because you thought that it was going to be a different type of situation than what it ended up being? And my question with that is then what potentially type of contamination could have happened because you didn't know that you were going to be hunting down like a quadruple murderer. You know what I mean? Like, if you thought it was one way and not the other.
I hate to say this, and I'm not going to say this in the stream, I'll say this in Discord, but what the series of events that she just put together creates something in a thought process that I wish I never had. I mean, I'm glad you shared.
It will.
I'm thinking about something I wish I never even dawned on me. Okay.
Me too. But also, it's gonna. But if you think about it, because it can also provide you with why the roommates, why Dylan had particular comments to make about it, and why Bethany might have stuff that's exculpatory. If you play that whole scenario out, let's just say, and it's interesting, because there are various things that can occur in a person, whether it's some type of like mental illness that is an onset way later on in life, or you mess around with drugs, well, whatever the case may be. But there are certain things, even like other illnesses, different things with your brain, things can happen, and a person just become a totally different person. Okay.
Yep. Yes,
And
ma'am.
I was thinking, if I was like a 20-year-old kid, a 19-year-old kid, right?
Yeah.
And it may be that I've read a lot of studies. So one of the studies was talking about like,
You're breaking up, hon.
I guess she's gone.
You're gone now. Still here? She's probably moving around where she's at and it's losing signal.
It was a good run.
We're still here. Can you hear us?
Hey, Dago, I sent you a private, but don't put that anywhere or even bring it up.
Let's see, private.
Well,
I guess it's Lana's turn to get up here then, huh?
I had to extinguish that thought from my mind. I had to get it out.
Oh, okay. I got you, bud. No problem.
Yeah, it's a frightening thought, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I'll definitely. Okay, Mama Bear. Or wait a minute.
Yeah, that was old. You're late to the. Yeah.
I didn't even see it, but you're here, so okay.
It didn't take as long as I thought it would. So.
That's not. I didn't even. I knew that you weren't there. I just went to the bathroom. All right.
They say targeted, or it was targeted, right? They've claimed, and then.
Oh yeah, how did they come to that conclusion?
How about it being personal? What if it was a personal attack? Because that's often how people take other people.
Targeted to me means personal. Right? That means personal to me, in my opinion. But yeah.
Well, that is personal. That's if it's targeted, you're specifically that person. Yeah. Exactly. Right. So that whole Sloothy, I put the link back in the chat if you want to jump back up, hon. If not, I appreciate you and thank you for expressing what you had to say, hon. I appreciate that so very much. But the link's there if you want to. Lana is in chat, by the way. Hello to everyone. Sorry, I'm doing no worries, hon. You just know that you're welcome to come up anytime if you choose to as well. I appreciate you being here too. So yeah, that whole sentence there, I think we tore that apart when they first said that, it's targeted, but you're all safe. Or how did he say it though? Targeted, but hold on, I'm trying to think now. It's been a minute.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Right, and then that whole scenario that pissed me off. Anyway, so again, Rory, welcome. You haven't got to speak a whole lot since you've been up here, but I apologize.
That's okay. It's been
being here.
I do know one thing as a talker.
Yeah, I do know one thing that Daniel had wanted me to ask. He had mentioned last night.
Okay.
And said, what the hell? What happened here? Mm-hmm. I just went to click something and it disappeared. Oh, there it is. Anyway, he had said to ask you if you were available, if you could, if you're in that realm area. Are you still in the Moscow area at all?
After the Corn Club incident, I decided to take a little bit of a hiatus, but I mean, I live very close, so I can be there very soon.
Yeah. The next time you decide, if you can, to head that way, it was requested for you to head down on Ridge Road.
Okay.
There was, I think it was 324. I think that's the address. And look to see if there is a camera right on the corner of where the garage would be up in the like the eave there. He pulled up a picture, showed it to me. I think that was one address, and I think 600 Ridge Road was another address where there's supposedly cameras. Okay, if and when you get out that way, but I don't want you going out of your way doing your thing. 625. Thank you.
625 Ridge Road. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to say. I mean, of course, I plan to go back, but I'm not going to say because I know certain people are watching.
No.
Right
Yeah, we
now,
don't
so
talk
I'll
about
just say
that.
when I'm going out there, but
Yep.
I will let you know. I will
Absolutely.
let you know.
And that's what I was going to recommend. You don't have to say it.
I'm not saying anything. Yeah.
Right. I appreciate that too. Jeff says, could somebody target a house that's at the end of a block because it's dark and has a few eyes on it? I mean, yeah.
It's not about the house. It's about the people. I would say, in my opinion, Jeff, I would believe it's more about a targeted attack means you're after somebody you are looking. Yeah, in my opinion.
If you send that house to DoorDash,
hey, can you guys send a link to your Discord to Sleuthy?
To the Discord? Oh, to put her in Discord?
Yeah.
I'm going to set up a channel in there for people that aren't members for like when Rory wants to come in or Sleuthy or anybody else. Yeah, we can do that.
You gave me, wait a minute, you gave me a free membership, right?
Somebody else gave it to you, but yeah.
Okay, but then I also paid for a membership, right?
I think so.
And so since that membership's being paid for, give it to Sleuthy. And
well, it doesn't work
as a member.
We can't.
Go ahead.
We can make her a member somehow, but that doesn't work that way. Yes. They don't let you do that. We will figure it out. Just Jax is his channel. He knows. Oh, I'm sorry, Lana. Okay, that's pretty cool. Good deal. Is it somebody's birthday? If it is, happy birthday.
It was Tommy's birthday yesterday.
Happy belated, Tommy. I don't know if you're in here, bud, but happy belated. Okay, Jeff says now I can just as easily see a targeted house. Just my opinion. I can agree with that.
That's a good point.
I think at the beginning a lot of us thought it was the house that was targeted in some sense, and it was talked about like that. But at this point, I don't think it was the house. I think there was actual specific people targeted.
I agree. Which ones? Who knows? But yeah.
Thank you very much, Lana. I appreciate that so very much. All right. So what I was gonna say now, I keep losing my train of thought too. I don't know why. So the thing we talked about earlier, Rory. Oh, is Sleuthy back in here or no?
Looks like it.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, Sleuthy. When we were talking about the DNA scenario that Sarge explained, okay, I very, very, very much like that theory, okay, and as I explained, I showed the rubber glove, the hand, the everything. It really makes lots of sense to me, stating how could his DNA get on there without him even touching it?
Well, like you said too. Okay, so actually, I like the lab theory. Scenario a little more because that makes a lot more sense to me. Okay, because
absolutely,
it would be
because here it is again. Yep. You have to pull the snap off to get it open. In turn, skin cells can scrape off into this. But guess what? If I'm gonna go unalive 4 people, especially if I'm already a germaphobe, guess who's wearing gloves?
Me. Yep.
Right. That's why I said I don't think that he touched it, and I agreed with what the way Sarge explained that. It does make so much sense to me, you guys. It really does. By the way, 688 amazing people in here. You guys absolutely rock so very much. You guys are amazing. I appreciate you all so very much. So yeah, I mean, there it is in a nutshell, and don't forget, guys, tonight, I do believe it's tonight when Sleuthy's going to putting her video up, so on and so forth. Go check her out if you will. I need to drop links all over the place because I got everybody in here. So please go check out Sleuthy's channel if you will. If you haven't already, go over there, check out Truth and Transparency with Lana, please, if you will. Another great channel. Go check that out, guys. If you haven't already, subscribe, show some love where it's deserved. Same with Sleuthy's. Check out her channel, show some love where that's deserved. Of course, we got boots on the ground, Mr. Rory. Thou shalt not kill. True crime in here. Please, if you have not, go check him out. Subscribe to that channel as well. Show the love all the way around, guys, because everybody deserves it. We all support each other in here for a reason, guys. There is no need to be separated in this community because we're all here for the same reason. Truth.
Exactly.
I agree.
Period. That's what it's all about. We want truth and justice for these kids and their families and the story. Nothing more. Okay? This is why we have to support each other as we do this. That's all I'm saying. Every one of us. So thank you all for joining me again. You know, JB was in here yesterday. I appreciate that so very much. Daniel was in here. Don't forget about the Drunk Turkey Show. This is showing you guys we all have to show each other the same support to keep this going the right direction and to do what we're trying to do to get it done at the end, folks. So thank you all so very much for that. Now, moving forward, I guess we're going to kind of move the looking back to what we missed tomorrow, which is fine with me. But again, I'll do this every single solitary day if you guys want me to, because again, this is your channel. All I do is set it up and run everything. That's it. And that's it right there. We want the truth. That's all this is about, guys. That does not mean, and let me reiterate and stress this again, because I get so sick and tired of hearing people say this to me. They, oh, you're a Koberger lover, you're this or that. It's not about that. I love the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Constitution, you know, in the country that we live in, that was given to us for a reason. This needs to be done right. End of story.
Yep.
Nothing more needs said about that. It needs to be done right. We have a guy that is looking at the death penalty. That's done. That's death. Death is done, guys. That is permanent. And if you're going to give this kid the death penalty for doing something that he, you know, if he did this, so be it. As I say every single day, I'll be standing first in line. If you can prove to me that Brian Koberger did this, that's right. We all will. We'll all be there, one at a time, to put this guy to death if that's what it is, if he did this. But guess what? Nobody as yet now shown me proof that Brian Koberger did this.
Anything.
Nope. Not one bit of it. Not one bit. Or otherwise, none of us would be sitting here saying what we're saying, guys.
Exactly.
Believe me, I get tired of hearing my own voice. I promise you.
I was going to say the same thing. It's been 6 months. I feel like I'm a crazy person repeating myself and having like, why am I still talking about this? Why is, you know, it's just ridiculous. I do it 5 days a week. No evidence. I mean? They don't have anything.
No. And like I said, at the court hearing the other day, I'm sorry, after what Ann Taylor dropped on Friday, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
I wholeheartedly, expected for the prosecution to come in and say, here it is, boom, okay? Here it is. They did nothing. Nothing. That tells me that they have nothing.
And what did the mainstream media do? Double down. They compared him to Kenneth Bianchi. Remember that dude from the 70s? Like, you're stretching here, guys. Like, you are stretching.
Hang on.
Like, why can you not just produce the paperwork and say, boom, this is what we got. Boom, Koberger was there. Let's have a good night. They can't do it because they don't have it.
Absolutely.
Why are the autopsy reports not available anymore now? Where'd they go?
Yeah, right. Right. Why are there two autopsies for one of them?
I'm just asking a question here. I'm not saying this is nefarious or something, but you have to ask these questions because it doesn't make any sense. Why are you not following protocol? Why are you hiding all this stuff? Why can you not provide any evidence? And you expect us to still sit here and take your narrative that Brian Koberger is a serial unaliver in the making? I'm sorry, I'm having a really hard time.
No, they want us all to go like the rest of the sheep and just stand there and go, okay, thank you.
Okay,
yes, sir.
You're right.
No, I'm not doing it.
Can't do it.
By the way, where did it go? Somebody dropped. Oh, Mama Bear. Here, I forgot.
Still there?
You're here? I'm trying to find that comment that I had up here.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. I just wanted to put this out there real quick. Where did it go?
I think too, for nothing else for me, so you know, I'm passionate about knowing. I'd like to know. And I like to understand things. And that's part of how I am. That's my way my mind works. And that's why this whole thing has intrigued me, because there's such inconsistent information that can be viewed the way you tell me to view it, or I can look at it and examine it like these YouTube channels, these streamers are doing. Yeah. And it's not in support of anything other than learning and understanding. Mm-hmm. Right? Maybe it's perfectly okay for a cop to tell a judge that it's common for criminals to do X, Y, Z, and we think you're doing X, Y, Z, and they can come arrest you. Maybe that's okay with people. Maybe that is legal. I don't know. But I don't think it is. I'd like to know.
It's a good point. Lana from Truth and Transparency says, I'm going to do a mega panel with mega pints, 6 bomb panel members, 1 minute per question per person. And since Ann likes to file on Fridays, I'm leaning towards Mondays for the segment thoughts. I'll be there. I promise you I'll be there. Sounds like a good plan to me, dear. Absolutely. Sounds like a great plan. One of the subscribers in here actually sent me something that said that she hopes that I will read it. Absolutely, Gina. I could see that. And 1 second here. I appreciate that. She said she's inviting. I'm here. I'll be there, dear. I promise you I will. Just give me a time and a place, and the Dago will be there. I promise that. Where did your question go, Jeff? They need to convince us or convince a jury, though. Do they need to convince us or convince a jury? You're right. You don't have to tell us anything.
We are the jury. People are the jury. So yes, you do need to convince us, in my opinion.
Here's the thing, Jeff.
Even worse, you are the government. Do you want your government investigators to behave like they have towards Brian
Exactly.
Kohlberger?
That's a great point.
Here's my comment on that, Jeff. I don't feel we are the jury. He's right. Okay, at this point. And here's why I say that. If they didn't want us to know anything, then they should have never put it out. Period.
Absolutely.
Because once you put this out, guess who's there? This is what we do.
Mm-hmm.
And
but then look what happens when they keep everything in the dark. Shit, like how they've
what
got
happens.
Absolutely.
So,
great point.
Look what they're doing with Jeffrey Epstein. Look what they do with Jeffrey Epstein right in front of our face. They got all these high-ranking billionaire people that have had sex with children. They won't give us the list. They won't arrest these people. That's not the country I was born in.
I agree.
Right? And that in a way, that's an extreme example of it, right? And I don't care who was on that island. Them people should be named. Right?
Absolutely.
And here's this guy now. This guy's car happens to be in an area, and he's a criminologist. And everything this guy's done his whole life has been turned into the backdrop that was all for this larger picture of slaying these 4 kids this way. I mean, it's just, what kind of a world do we live in when the guy can't even get the benefit of the doubt from the media? Nobody gives this guy the benefit of the doubt. And that's one of the things I think motivates all of us, whether we know it or not. Where's the benefit of the doubt? Because you're not showing us information that puts him in that house.
Well, even worse than that is it's like you can't even think for yourself or say, wait a minute, what is that got to, so for instance, if you're talking about like his search history, and I'm thinking, first of all, what does your search history look like? If you saw mine, you'd say the same thing. I research crimes. He's in college to research crimes. Like, of course he's researching crimes. And he's researching local crimes because he was there to be a criminologist. So how crimes affect different populations and shit like that.
Did his PhD require him to write that paper asking criminals' feelings after they committed or before they committed a crime? Was that requirement? Was that what he was focusing
he wasn't even
on?
a leader.
They criminalized that behavior like he was doing this to plan out on how to be a criminal himself, rather than taking it in the context of his schooling and his PhD application. Right? He's going to be a PhD in this, folks. Of course, he would put a survey out on the internet.
Right.
They need to talk. If that makes him suspicious and a murderer, then they need to talk to the 2 professors from Pennsylvania who led that study. He wasn't even leading the study. He wasn't the principal on the study, and it went through the DeSales website. So it's not like it was just hush hush on Reddit. You know what I mean?
Yes.
No, but you would expect that. Like you would expect a garbage man to have dirty feet under his shoes. I mean, it wouldn't be a shock that there was dirt from
garbage. Exactly.
an address that he came from earlier in the day when he picked up a can. And Brian Kohlberger, everything this poor guy's done is being framed against this backdrop that he's a salacious, horrific murderer. And everything that everybody views the poor guy as is in that context, rather than a normal human being. You would expect to put a survey if he's attempting to get a PhD in criminology. Not that he did that to plan to be a better killer. I mean,
Go ahead.
It would be more suspicious to me if, like, he didn't look at all into what happened there. Like, if there's no searches for the crime that happened in Moscow, like where he lives right there and he's in school for criminology, and they said they talked about it in school, then I'd be suspicious that it wasn't there, not that it is. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Family and friends, thank you so very much for the super chat. I appreciate that. It says Rory saw the look in their eyes. Honestly, it sounds horrifying. Is it true you can see the whole community is hiding something? Prayers for justice. I believe that question was to you, Rory.
Yeah. So the best way I can answer that is, in my humble opinion, and all of the people I've talked to and all the places I've been and everything I've seen, all the evidence that keeps piling up, and what the defense just dropped in their documents, to me, everything leads to a cover-up, in my opinion. I'm not going to say 100%, of course, but
Now, understand,
especially what happened at the corner club, that could have been handled much differently. There was no reason for them to come up, and I mean, they were watching me. They knew who I was. That was verified. So something is up. I will say that something is definitely up.
Wait till we talk about this shit later. And I think
Yeah.
that the issue, I think the problem too is that everybody's looking at like the local PD, and
Nope.
You know what's going to happen
I'm
here?
not at this point. Because I'm like,
You just disappeared again.
Yeah,
All the good stuff. All this every time you go to
Every
say
time
something
she does
good.
something good.
Yeah,
Well, I'll
right.
tell you,
no, I stopped talking on purpose because I thought I heard him say, "Do you know what's going to happen here?" So I was waiting.
Yeah,
I was curious
I
to
was
hear
gonna
what's
say
going to
this.
happen here.
I
Okay.
interrupted
You
you,
just thought
and I'm
you just thought
sorry.
your phone cut out. That's all.
I
Yeah,
was
go
going to
ahead.
call this case the SS Titan that just imploded down by the
Just
Titanic.
imploded.
This is
That's
what this
it
is turning into,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
right? This case,
Yeah,
I think, is going to implode on the prosecution's face.
Pretty much. I agree. Go ahead, Sleuthy, with what you were going to say.
I was thinking about kind of, everybody kept saying like, "Oh shit, I'm about to go through a tunnel." I didn't realize I was in Baltimore. So people keep saying, people were always like, "Why would the police set him up?" And if it was the police, it'd have to be ISP, it'd have to be FBI, it has to be all these people.
No, I
And
don't.
I was like, no, it really doesn't. Number one. And then they were like, well, ISP is the one that was collecting the evidence. So how did they get in a sheath with the planted DNA on it and ISP not notice and this and that? And I'm like, wait. Like, you do have to kind of remember that the leaders of the things that are going to get picked apart so when you're talking about the investigation, ISP is way more involved than Moscow. So
Yes.
you're talking interviews, you're talking crime scene processing, because they're the ones with the forensics team. Okay.
Right.
They've done all of that. So then I was thinking back to my March conversation with Mabbitt. And then I was thinking about the hearing from the other day. And for whatever reason, well, I know what the reason is, but at one point, Ann Taylor was talking and I was making my notes or whatever. Everything clicked all in 1 second. And I was like, I'm going to dig on this. And I didn't have to dig very far to find what I would be willing to say that she knows. And I think that it is going to blow up in their faces. But the problem is that it doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't do it. So my thing is if there's accountability every step of the way, not just when everybody's watching, but accountability all the time, having repercussions for doing things wrong, then it's less likely to go forward. And you have to think, if an argument could be made to say, who's Brian Kohberger? Brian Kohberger's nobody important. Nobody knows him or cares about him enough to set him up. But what if you found out that there was other people being set up? Maybe the actual problem isn't the individual that things are getting pinned on, but perhaps the willingness of people to step outside of protocol all the time, not just this one time, all the time. And what those other investigations have looked like, including murder investigations and ones where people have been arrested and let free because of. So it's you have to really think. It's for instance, if Anne were to go into court and say, look at this situation, this situation and this other situation, Brian Kohberger's situation and this other situation with this particular person, at least one person involved here, looks so similar. I don't understand how you could say it has nothing to do with it.
Right.
You're talking about our motion to compel all the data on the cops and stuff, right?
Yep.
And
the personnel records that she wants that they don't want to give, and she says, I don't understand because I've been given ISP personnel records easily before.
Yep. Yeah, and they argued that if she wants these 3, she's going to want all 120 and this and that. And she blatantly said that's not it. They're looking for excuses not to give that up. And it's a big, big deal because,
Their ship is
I think exactly what Sleuthy was saying at some point. I think we all thought it was all Moscow PD. After hearing what Ann had to say in court the other day, I don't believe so. And there was a few of us in here that agreed. I think we're looking at Idaho State now at this point, guys. Okay.
I agree. Mm-hmm.
So,
Sleuthy, can I ask you a question? Can I ask Sleuthy a question real quick?
Yes,
if
sir.
That's okay.
Absolutely.
So Sleuthy, what do you think? Okay, so with all the new paperwork that's come out and everything that all your research and everything, how is the prosecution going to be able to prove that Brian Koberger allegedly walked into this house in 8 minutes, took out 4 people that he doesn't know, there's no connection, and how did he get in and out of there with no blood trail and no blood in his car? How are they going to prove that? How's this going to happen?
Well, with everything that keeping in mind that I've been looking at other things as well.
No, I'm just hypothetically, I'm not trying to, but like, what's their play? Because I don't see what they have at this moment, just in my opinion.
I think that number one, the way that he's portrayed in the media, I think is a
narrative
thought process that might be a bonus for them. Number one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Number 2.
Yeah.
And the more help, like the more that I've thought about this, like over and over again, and I'm just like, listen, the leaks that have come out, they don't benefit anybody but the prosecution at all. They don't benefit, like, there's no reason for Brian Koberger or the defense to be releasing, these little tidbits about stuff. But
also, why would you do that? Absolutely, yeah.
I think we can all agree on the simple statement. This is about the state trying to get transferred DNA in a prosecution for the first time. That's what this is coming down to. That's their only hope of salvation, because if they can get this kid on just transfer DNA, we're all doomed. That to me is why the state.
Yeah, and I
agree.
I think if history says any, and I mean recent history, if recent history is an indicator of what could be going on in the present, I think it could possibly also be that there were some like mishandlings of either witnesses or witness statements.
Okay.
As well as, and I'm sorry, I'm like not stupid. I'm trying to think of like what I really want to say.
No, you're fine.
I think
this is very complicated. I understand this.
Hey, Dago, check your text.
Kind of how everybody kept saying like clad in black. Who says that? Who says clad in black?
Nobody.
Kids don't say that.
Nobody. Yeah.
So like that kind of thing.
Law enforcement,
I
military.
think like perhaps like witness statements and then protection of said witnesses, I think might end up being something that happens in a sense that if you want to get a particular point across to the jury, that may be the way to do it, and it has happened. So, but I guess in my head, I don't see this going. I think if she knows about it, and they had, she said till July 14th, right, to give the
Okay.
But did that include the personnel records or no?
I think it
Probably,
did.
I would assume everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it.
Okay.
July 14th. So
if I think she's looking for what she might be looking for, which like what I got was publicly. I mean, you could find it if you looked hard enough. But then, she specifically said that what she wants to know isn't things that she can just go find on her own. And so I think the very records and the details of what it is that the situation that I'm thinking about, I think she wants to dig into all of that so that she can then parallel it with what may have happened here. And I don't anticipate it going that far. But here's my problem is when you're not constantly, you have no one in a position of authority that's going to hold everyone accountable and make sure that there's repercussions for not doing the right thing as it happens. then what happens is you might get to a point where it's unavoidable to have these people on your cases and either screwing things up or at the very minimum being unable to justify official capacity. But it calls into question the entire crime scene, witness statements, all that stuff. So
I agree.
it would be really terrible for me. It would be very terrible to find out that this person and how many other people, who knows, involved in investigating this might be the reason that somebody that did something gets set free.
I agree. I agree.
Absolutely.
And it also makes me nervous that their integrity gets called into question, and you don't really know how much of the investigation actually, like, put it this way, when you have things that are mishandled or crime scene contamination, you can't say someone that did it got let off, because you don't know how that would have ended if it would have been done the right way. Like, you don't know if they ever would have got to that person. So either they're innocent or they're not, and that's dangerous. You know what I mean? But you don't know for sure.
Yes, ma'am. That's a fact. That's a fact. Real quick, Lana had put in that she had asked, she put in to find out how long that FBI had been in Pennsylvania before Brian's arrest. And that answer was 2 weeks. And she says that she gets all her information the right way. So she also says, I tried to prove so many times that Brian is the guy, and I legit can't do that. I've done it for Mr. G. I wanted him to be the guy for these families for this process of their grief, and it does not fit. We've all come to that conclusion. Harsh has come to that conclusion at this point. Everybody that has been looking at
all of us in here,
everybody that looked at it, you know, in the beginning, I think we all looked at it that way on purpose because we're supposed to. At this point, there's nothing that anybody, like Lana just said, you can't. It doesn't fit.
Nope.
Jesus, I wish
it's a great conspiracy theory, like somebody coming out and talking about drugs being involved here. There's been so many theories as to who and what and how this happened, and the entire PCA is a theory. That's the big problem here.
And you know what? That's not even.
And they're being debunked day by day by the defense. I mean, how could that be?
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
If there was no debunking and there was confirmation, then it wouldn't be a big issue. Then you would have to go with the facts that it's confirmed, right?
Right. I agree. I've never seen a case where the defense, and I've looked it up, and or the prosecution struggles as much as they have with each other to get information from each other. You know, it just doesn't make sense. There's something, absolutely, Annie, I told you could earlier, hon. There's something with this case that is not, it's not kosher, folks, for lack of better terms. It's just not, period.
Nope.
And everybody that has looked into this, whether it be Sleuthy or me or Rory or Jules or Lana or Harsh or any of us, have all at some point come to the same conclusion. At the end of that rope, there's nothing there. That says something when there's how many people doing this, you guys. If it was just one of us or CJ, any of us, we're all coming to the same conclusion at the point that there's nothing to grab a hold of on this.
Can I reply to a chat room comment?
Yes, sir.
It says, well, a PCA is always theory per se. That's why we have public courts and public trials. Well, to be
why are we
clear,
putting out theories then? Why in legal
wait
documents?
Let me finish. Let me finish. A PCA is a probable cause arrest, and in a probable cause arrest, the accusing officers must provide a substantial amount of evidence that a reasonable person would suggest like they likely committed that crime. You can't go for a PCA on a theory. You have to have, it could be hearsay. 3 people can say, and I did this to poor CJ, 3 people could say they saw CJ rob the 7-Eleven, and that's probable cause to arrest and charge him. Doesn't mean he did it. But when you go in and say you got images of a car that and pings of a phone that had been in that area for 5 months, that isn't probable cause. When you get to the DNA, you actually go and grab his DNA from his dad, right? Why they didn't get Brian's is stunning to me, but you get it from his dad, and then you send it to an FBI lab that does a secret test on it you're not even supposed to disclose, and then you disclose that to get an arrest warrant on the guy. That's just crazy. That's the problem with this case right from the jump. They did everything crazy backwards. And now we're where we're at, and the defense is showing us this with every motion they file. Everything she's attacking are the very issues that we've had issues with since we started talking about
I
this.
agree. No, just
You
my whole
just can't
point
get
was
a
I don't
probable.
understand.
My point simply is a probable cause arrest is not a grand jury. Probable cause arrest requires more than you would use at a grand jury by far.
Oh yeah, definitely. Welcome, Annie. Can you
Hey,
hear us?
how's everybody doing?
Hi, Annie. How are you?
You're kind of muffled, hon.
Ah,
I know where we're going with this. It's the Bluetooth.
all right, how's that? Is that better?
That's better. Welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, not a problem. Happy to see everybody.
Absolutely. What can we do for you today, or what can you do for us, I should say?
Well, so today I'm playing devil's advocate today. Okay.
Sounds good.
So I know that everybody, including me, so I want to preface this. I do not believe he did this. However, I am very open to both sides of what is going on here. And I do not believe that he was picked out of thin air either. Okay. I do believe that there is a reason he is involved in this, right? And I know a lot of people, including me, even when we found out in the new defense docs that, there were multiple other unknown male DNA is found at the crime scene. So the one outside in the glove doesn't concern me, right? That literally could have been a glove from a party. It could be anybody. So that is not really that interesting to me. But the two found in the home near the victims are interesting. And I'm of the mindset that if he did do it, these two unknowns are likely accomplices if he did do it. And now, as I was trying to say yesterday, I didn't really get to really complete my thought. I know there was a lot of people on panel and stuff. And so where I was going with what I said yesterday about the second vehicle, I have a reason that I think he had a second vehicle. I also have a reason that I think that there's a good chance he bought a similar vehicle cash beater, okay, that you necessarily don't need to put a plate on. If you know in advance that you're going to be transferring your plates anyway over to Washington, okay, and you have this beater that you're not going to register, and if you are going to commit this crime and you're going to use that beater to do it, you're not going to register the vehicle, but perhaps you would put your plate on the car just to be able to get to where, do you understand where I'm going with this? So you don't need to necessarily register the beater if you just buy it cash, okay? And now we all know that that grainy still shot from the gas station or wherever it was, that doesn't even look like an Elantra. To me, it looks more like an older Sonata, which is interesting considering, well, now that's interesting considering when he was pulled over in Pullman, his car came back as an 05 Sonata. Okay. So I've always tried to keep my mind open to the fact, and believe me, I have been attacked on so many other panels because I actually defend him. Okay. and I'm one of those people, right? So, I need like actual documented. I like to read the documents. I'm trying to go based on like what we have in black and white. And that's from the beginning, from probable cause affidavit number 1 right up until now, So I've always tried to keep an open mind to the fact that he potentially could have done this. He potentially could have had accomplices. And there's a good chance that the Elantra was never even used.
Right. I agree with you.
I think that any of these ideas on either side of the argument, like I'm saying, whether he did it or not, is really should be the last thing we're paying attention to, simply because everything is full of contradictions to the point where Whether he did it or not doesn't even seem to make sense based on what the police are telling you and the defense is replying to. Could he have
Right.
done it? I think he could have done it just as well as they're saying he did it. But did he do it? And do they show enough information to convince me that he did it? We're not even close to that yet. I like to see that appeal go through and they find out if they had probable cause to arrest and charge this guy to begin with and then go from there. You know, but it's possible he's got 2 cars. He could have, I'm a single guy. I've got 3 vehicles. So it's not to me, it's not a hard thing to suggest somebody would have more than 1 car being a single guy. Very plausible.
Oh, I agree. But so like even with the whole cast thing, you know, when you read through Payne's probable cause affidavit, he says that he was given access to cast. He says that I input the information. So he isn't saying that this FBI person with the cast team did it. He's saying he did it. And if he's never been trained in cast, he shouldn't have been allowed access to it. So, you know, I'll go for the defense all day on this when it comes to the training records, okay? Because if you're not trained in cast, then you shouldn't be given access to cast. That's number one.
Amen.
Unless his training in cast came from his military career. Because our DOD cooperates with FBI on the regular, okay?
Right.
So there are plenty of our, especially anybody who is enlisted in the military and they have anything to do with tech or satellite or anything like that, they probably are going to be trained in cast, but he likely can't even produce his training records because those would be under DOD purview and those are usually sealed.
Exactly.
So unfortunately for Moscow Police Department, they're going to have a really hard time. And it's not just Moscow, it's ISP as well. If you have analysts at ISP who aren't trained in certain things, but they're being given access to those things and they can't produce their training, it's going to be a really hard case for the state. Because at that point, you have what appears to be multiple agents working on a quadruple homicide who have no training.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Okay. So like I was saying yesterday, Moscow Police Department does not have on-call lead detectives. They just don't, because they don't have homicides on a daily basis. So, you know, if you go and look through their roster of employees, I mean, good luck finding one that's listed as their main homicide investigator.
Right.
There isn't one. Right. So at that point, they're taking Blaker, they're taking Payne, and they're assigning those 2 as the lead detectives. Well, if those 2 lead detectives have no training in a homicide investigation, I would imagine out of the 2, Blaker would. Blaker is the, 20 plus year guy. So I would imagine if anyone has actually been on a homicide scene in Moscow, it would be Blaker, not Payne. But that's not even whose information she's asking for. She isn't concerned with Payne or Blaker. She's specifically concerned with 2 ISP officers and 1 MPD.
Exactly. And that, like I said, I have been thinking, I'm guilty of it, that it's all been Moscow until that day. And now, just like Sleuthy was saying, by the way, thank you for being up here, Sleuthy. That it's ISP now.
Oh, come on. What the heck, Sleuthy? I was hoping you were going to, come at me and say, no, this is why. Because I have all of the... I was waiting for the queen herself to be like, absolutely not, Annie, and this is why.
I think she agrees with you.
Oh.
Yeah, I think Ann Taylor's paying an inordinate amount of attention to the people that handled all the evidence, from the labs to the police.
Right.
She's paying an awful lot of attention to their schooling, to their background, to their this, to their that, and I believe that she has a motive to do that.
Absolutely.
She's
I mean, I would hope so. That's what a good defense attorney would do.
Well, it's not that the defense attorney would do that. I mean, if you got lab results, normally you could contest the validity of the result, but they're asking for the people's schooling. I think she's going to establish that Mr. Kohlberger may have had relationships
training.
with some of them people.
Well,
Remember,
no,
he
I
was
mean,
there. He
even
was a
she, even
criminologist
she
teacher.
said that in, but
Unqualified.
even she said in court to the judge that this has happened before where she's had no issue. So there have been many other cases that she's worked on where she's requested the records and the training of the agents on the case and the lab workers and stuff, and she's had no problem getting it. It's just this one she can't.
Right. Kind of interesting, isn't it?
Right.
I mean, it's actually normal for the defense to ask for lab techs,
Right.
their training and their background specifically to be able to bring in their own and be to compare. It's for comparison. It's to make sure that your lab tech doesn't have an issue with cross contamination in the past, doesn't have an issue with like a false positive that they didn't do a confirmatory test for and things like that.
Mm-hmm. And I would love to hear the reasoning why that the state is arguing this. I really would. The real reason. Because I think that'll answer everyone's question.
Because they want to get embarrassed. That's the real reason. They don't have anything, so it's double down time. It's like poker. Double down.
Well, yeah. That's a very, very big possibility, bro.
In my opinion, just what I think, what I see, but I mean, like I asked Goosey, what is their play? What do they have? It's like you could have ended this months ago, but they're dragging this on. For what reason?
What do you think, Annie? Do you think that they have anything more than what they've shown?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Okay, can I ask what do you think it would be? Because
as far as prosecution, I mean.
Right, prosecution.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm just very interested to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah, like, do you have like any kind of a like? What do you think they could bring now?
So, well, there's technically now if I have to go with the devil's advocate side of my brain, and they do have some kind of evidence that it was him. Okay, it's more than likely going to come in the form of not necessarily cell phone pings and things like that. That's not what's going to place him. I think if anything is going to place him actually at the crime scene, it's more than likely going to be video evidence. It's more than likely going to come in the form of other. So like we know, yes, okay, about the DNA on the button snap, but we don't know about anything else. So there could definitely be, like I've said, it's something I tried to mention before, where if the crime scene itself was so contaminated or say tampered with or staged or whatever the case may be by the 8-hour window.
Yeah.
Okay. But you have, say, multiple video cameras from around the neighborhood that actually have him on camera.
Yeah,
now, I know a lot of people.
You know you're going to get them. You have to have them on camera walking into that house.
Yes, and don't you think that would have been in the PCA, though?
And that should have been already addressed. I agree.
No, it wouldn't. They don't have to put that in the probable cause affidavit, no.
Why not?
The probable cause has to be, it has to be that the likelihood the person committed this crime is obvious. So you can't just put in a probable cause affidavit what they did. If they had a video showing him walking into that house, they would say that to the judge.
Yeah,
the judge needs unrefutable probable cause.
Thank you.
Not stories that you got cell phone pings.
Theories.
Not stories that you saw a white car and you can't identify the driver. I know this because
the prosecution has already stated, and so did law enforcement, they have multiple videos.
They have never stated that they could identify the driver of the vehicle. And I've been in multiple court cases as a criminal in my past. And I'm telling you, they identified my two-door black sedan going 135 miles an hour. Pulled me over 28 minutes later, overheated, smoking a cigarette, charged me with speeding and reckless driving, and when I went to court, I beat it. They never could.
I understand that they can't identify the driver. That's not what I'm trying to say here.
You can't even identify the car.
Here's what I'm trying to say is
13. Is it a Sentra? Is it a Sonata?
No, that's what I'm trying to say. And if they had that information of him being on a video, it would have been present in the PCA to show substantial evidence he committed the crime. That's what an application.
I don't think it would have been because they were claiming that there was DNA evidence. So I don't think that they would mention the video.
They don't have DNA evidence. They just said, or
Why
it's
mention
just,
the car at all? You're going to mention images of a car, but not image of a guy that actually you got.
Well, you
walking
also
at
have to remember too,
Come
if
on,
they
man.
think he had accomplices. So keep in mind, if they thought he did this, but he had accomplices, they're not going to put everything in that PCA
let's go
and
right to
tip off
what-
accomplices.
And all I'm
Do
saying is
you
review
think
the PCA in its current form, and they're telling you a story of their interpretation of data they have. Nothing tells
Yes,
you that.
I know that. I'm
right?
very well aware of that.
So if they had an image of him going into the house, would that not be super important to show a judge?
No, it would not, in my opinion, they would not mention it if they thought he had accomplices, because they don't want to tip off the
Then-
accomplices, especially
then why
if
in
they
the
don't have him
PCA
in custody yet and he's not talking.
And why in the PCA did they say if you can approve this without using the DNA, please do so?
Because the way that they did that is specifically because they already knew that the method that was used to locate it was going to be a problem.
I know.
Which is why they asked them.
And if you take, so let's be fair, let's take the DNA sample out of what the judge approves the PCA on, right? Let's say that he follows that cop's direction. What is he left with? He's left with a guy that has no phone contact during the time of the crimes, and he's left with images of a car that's white with no identifiable way to put Brian in the car. On those 2 points alone, you could not get a probable cause affidavit approved. You'd be creating.
Yeah, but you also have to remember though too. So this is the thing I'm getting at. If you look at the timestamps on when the probable cause affidavit was submitted to the judge from the time that the judge approved it, it's less than 30 minutes. Okay, so unfortunately, I think what a lot of people are forgetting is a lot of these judges, they are not fact checking anything in a probable cause affidavit. They're not fact checking it. They're just rubber stamping it.
And we agree then. We agree. We're actually in agreement, believe it or not.
So the point that I'm getting at is you don't need to put, the point that I'm getting at though is you don't need to put everything you have in the probable cause affidavit if you already know the judge isn't going to fact check it anyway.
Yep, we're on the same page. Yep. Yep, he didn't do his job. That's the point.
There's a lot of things that, well, it wasn't a he, it was a she who approved it. And she definitely didn't fact check it. And that's, look at, I'm not saying anything negative against the judge or anything like that. What I'm saying is that if you're law enforcement, you're aware that your probable cause affidavits aren't being fact checked. You're not going to include 100% of what you have because you don't need to, because you know it's going to be approved anyway.
No, we're on the same page. 100%, Annie.
They wouldn't go into court.
You helped sort my head out.
Well, they wouldn't go into court with 100% of what they got. It's the point I'm getting at. So there would be a reason that they wouldn't disclose the 100% of what they have. Now, if we go based on the idea that there's potential that there was a second vehicle, that second vehicle is the vehicle that was used. That second vehicle is the vehicle that also looks similar to an Elantra, and it was seen on multiple cameras with multiple people. Because remember, we want to talk to the occupant or occupants of the car, okay? If they don't want to tip off the other occupants, aka accomplices, there's going to be a lot of information they don't release to the public. And now that everything is gagged, there's not going to be a lot that we get. We know very little about what the prosecution actually does have. That's just a fact.
Right. So let me ask you then real quick, Annie. So are you saying in a sense that you, as do I, believe that there are accomplices?
I've always believed that it was more than one person, yes.
I believe that. I thought so.
Yeah, so have I.
So if that's
I've never thought that only one person did this, and if one person did do it, they are highly trained.
Or a superhero of some sorts, yes. So like, what do you think the deal is with the accomplices, if there are some for sure? Why have we not seen or heard anything about that? Is it I don't even know how to ask that.
A lot of people aren't going to like my answer to this, but I
like everything you say.
It is my opinion that if he had accomplices, it was a couple of dirty cops, but that's just my opinion.
Okay. Absolutely. So you think that well, no, you already answered that, so I'm not going to ask that again. I got you. Okay. Yeah,
Like,
and now,
I don't know what else to say other than I never in a million years thought only one person did this.
right.
There's no way.
You can't think that.
I know me and you have discussed it before. I believe that the Banfield body cam, like that, was nothing more than, in my opinion, those gentlemen were running cover for something, and they were making sure nobody got into that neighborhood at that time. That's just my opinion.
We have talked about that, and I can't
Okay,
disagree with
can
you.
I ask you a question, Annie?
Yeah.
Can I ask Annie a question?
Oh, yeah,
So,
you can.
why do you think? Okay, to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to let potential other perpetrators run around scot-free and have only one person that. I mean, what would be the point of that? I don't understand.
Well, it makes
If they
perfect
like,
sense.
if you know there's two other people there, like it just says in the documents, I don't understand why you would let them run around right now.
Maybe they're unidentified, as the DNA has been told us to be unidentified.
If that makes
male
sense.
subject. Right.
Or, well, and so that just goes back to the,
Well, you're saying they don't want to be tipped off. They don't want to tip off the perps, but yeah.
Well, if you're two other unknowns, hear me
What's
out.
that?
So if he did this, if he did do this with two other people,
Yeah, no,
and
of
those
course.
two other people are crooked cops, it would make sense you'd want to frame someone, correct?
Yeah.
You'd want everything to fall on the other guy.
Okay.
Right.
You'd
Okay.
want the,
That makes a little more
right?
sense. Okay, that makes sense.
So, even if he did do this with
that makes sense.
people, and this,
Yep.
you're gonna put it all on one. Is kind of how I look at it. If you're gonna run that
Okay,
other
that
two
makes sense to me.
unknowns,
That makes sense.
if you're gonna run the other two unknowns through CODIS and you don't get a hit, well, the only the only DNA profiles that would be in CODIS are felons and convicted people, criminals. So cops don't have their DNA in CODIS.
Right.
So if you ran it through CODIS, you're not going to get a match for a cop because their DNA shouldn't be in there, unless they are a criminal, and then they're working on your force, which is a whole other issue. So
hence the reason why they may not have been able to identify those other two male DNAs that they have.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me now. Okay.
Well, listen, a lot of people come at me because they're like, you just hate cops. You just hate cops. And I'm like, bro, I don't. I'm actually around cops all the time. I don't like corrupt departments. I don't like crooked cops. So there's a big difference. And I've done a lot of research on Moscow Police Department myself. I've dug into, some of their fiscal year reports and things like that. And they're, as far as I'm concerned, in my personal opinion, they are a corrupted department. So no, I don't believe anything that they say. I don't trust the way that they did this investigation at all.
You're not the only one that has brought that up, so don't feel bad.
Yeah.
Well, it makes me upset. It makes me upset because no, I'm not a cop hater. I'm around cops all the time. I actually love our law enforcement. I love our military very much. Very near and dear to my heart. But I don't like corruption.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, over there's a lot of corruption.
Yep.
Which lends to the suspicion.
Thank you, Annie. That made a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Yeah, and you helped clear the stuff up with me for the judge. I appreciate that very much.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to step out. I got Chinese food on order. Yum to the yums.
Oh, I'm jealous.
And I'm going to
good for you,
some lunch.
Man. Yeah, that sounds delicious.
You guys are awesome, and so I learned some things, so many things on that just complete sentences that I couldn't answer before when I come in.
Right.
So I appreciate it.
Dan Sarge, thank you once again for jumping up here to help explain that theory that we explained. I appreciate that so very much, sir.
Thank you so much, everybody.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
See ya.
And as always, Miss Annie, I appreciate your explanations. It does open people's eyes and open some doors for people to understand a lot of things.
Well, that's why I wanted to hop up. I just want everybody to kind of, you do whatever you want. Everybody can think whatever they want, do whatever they want. I'm not telling people what to think. I just, for me, I want to keep an open mind to the possibility that if he did do it, there's a really high likelihood he had accomplices. They're already aware of it. But my personal opinion is I don't 100% being framed. So.
Right. Absolutely.
It's a very high possibility. Very high possibility. Yeah. So.
Absolutely.
You're
So
not crazy.
You know I love you, Dago, and I'm going to jump down because I am also off to do a few things. I just wanted to jump up and.
yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Well, I mean, it's about time to bring it to a close anyway. We've been going for a while, but I did want to read this. There was a theory of an sense that a subscriber sent to me that asked, I hope that you read this. So I am going to do that because that's what she asked. I'm not going to give her name. She can give her name if she chooses to, but I will not. And it says, I'm obviously no detective. I've never been in law enforcement. I've sat and tried to make all of this make sense, as we all have. The only thing I know for sure is that none of us know anything for sure. Facts. Laugh out loud. I've come up with a million different ways as to how law enforcement honed in on the name Bryan Kohberger. This is one that makes the most sense to me, and I'd love to know if you agree or disagree and why. And I would love to do that. And keep up the good work. I really enjoy your channel. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. The car's first pass by the home was recorded at 3:29 a.m. on November 13th, less than an hour before Kaylee Goncalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Noodle, and Ethan Chapin were unalived in their rooms. Moscow Police Corporal Brett Payne wrote in the affidavit. The vehicle drove by twice more and was recorded a fourth time at 4:04 a.m. Payne wrote, it wasn't seen on the footage again until it sped away 16 minutes later. This is true. This is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles that travel in the area during the early morning hours, Payne wrote. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Excuse me.
Okay, Diego, I'm sorry. Can I say something just real quick to the vehicles? Okay, so I go there quite often. I've been there on a Saturday night. I tested this for myself. You'd be surprised how many vehicles go in and out of that area on a Saturday night, which is what when this occurred, right? On a Saturday night?
I wouldn't on a weekend. You're right, bro. I appreciate, and actually, I not appreciate, but I absolutely agree with you on that. It's a college town. I would imagine Saturday night's crazy over there, right?
Thank you. That's my point. There's plenty of traffic. So what this guy is saying, I'm going to have to call bullshit because I'm sorry. I've been there.
On this part, it's a residential neighborhood. She's stating that it's probably just, that's what she's expecting, not being there. So I understand.
No, I'm saying the affidavit. I'm not calling her out. I'm saying what Payne is saying.
Yeah, what Payne had said. No, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. But yeah, you're right.
Okay. No, okay.
So, but yeah, he obviously that is bullshit. I agree with you on that one. A forensic examiner with FBI determined the car to be likely to be a 2011 through 13 Hyundai Elantra. Those subsequently, Jesus, I can't talk today. Substantially said it could be a model as late as a 2016, according to the affidavit. Surveillance footage from the Washington State University campus offered further tantalizing information. A similar vehicle headed out of town just before 3 a.m. on the day of the killings and reappeared on University leads police to a name, Bryan Kohberger. On November 25th, the Moscow Police Department asked regional law enforcement to look for a white Elantra. 3 nights later, a WSU police officer ran a query for any white Elantras on campus. One came back as having Pennsylvania license plate and being registered to Kohberger. Within a half an hour, another campus officer located a vehicle parked at Kohberger's apartment complex. It came back as having Washington State tags. 5 days after the killing, Kohberger had switched the registration from Pennsylvania, his home state, to Washington, the affidavit state. Excuse me. Investigators now had a name to go on, and further investigation yielded more clues. Kohberger's driver's license described him as 6 foot 185, and his license photo showed him to have bushy eyebrows. All details consistent with a description of the attacker given by a surviving roommate, the affidavit said. More research revealed that Koberger had been pulled over by Latah County Idaho Sheriff's deputy in August while driving the Elantra. He gave the deputy a cell phone number. Armed with that number, Payne obtained search warrants for the phone's historical data. The location showed the phone was near his home in Pullman until about 2:42 a.m. on the morning of the killings. 5 minutes later, the phone started using cellular resources located southeast of the home, consistent with Koberger's traveling south, the affidavit said. There was no location data available from the phone until 4:48 a.m., suggesting Koberger may have turned it off during the attack in an effort to avoid detection. The affidavit said at that point, the phone began taking a roundabout route back to Pullman, traveling south to Genesee, Idaho, then west to Uniontown, Washington, and north to Pullman just before 5:30 a.m. Around the same time, the white sedan showed back up on surveillance cameras in town. Okay, that's all we have. Was there more to that, dear? If you're still in here, or was that was your theory, in a sense?
Theory.
Or what you had based it on. Because I don't see any more unless you sent me a secondary piece to this. Let me check. Well, let me check. Just to be sure. Again, thanks for being up here with me today. Rory, I appreciate you, bud.
Dago, man, thank you so much for having me. You know, it's always an honor and a pleasure, man. Thank you.
Absolutely. And again, thank you for what you do out there, bud. Like I said, there's not too many people that have been able to do what you do with the consistency that you do.
I appreciate it, and thank you. Just do what I can. Just do what I can.
Absolutely. All right, folks. Well, I think that's all on that. And maybe there'll be more. Maybe there'll more that I get that I just didn't see. And I did have something else that I was going to talk about. I didn't get a chance to. We're going to look into it more probably tomorrow than I would, but there's something I noticed, okay? And I want to show you. Since you're sitting here with me, I want your opinion on this too.
All right.
And then we'll get in. I'll show it to you guys today, and it'll leave you hanging.
That's how you do it, man. Leave them hanging.
That's it.
Even one more.
We'll be back with it tomorrow, as we will with the other stuff we were going to do. So absolutely. And like I said, guys, I can do this every single day if you guys want, you know. I have no problem doing this and letting everybody voice their opinions, their thoughts, their theories, whatever it is. I always enjoy having other creators up here because we are all, in a sense, working on this together for the same outcome, guys, like I said. So, all right, I'm going to show you guys something here real quick. And I kind of had a little bit of it in my mind yesterday, and I never really got to think. Well, considering I don't sleep anymore without thinking about this, okay? I didn't sleep. And I thought about it. I don't think a lot of us sleep anymore. Somebody asked me and CJ the other night because we were up late and did multiple streams that day, and said, "Do you guys ever sleep?" And we both answered the same way: not very much.
Not very much. Yep.
CJ, I'll do a CJ real quick. All I do is go to work and do my show.
Yep.
That's what he does.
That's what that. My life is I work a little bit here and there, and then I YouTube all day. Yeah, no, exactly.
Right. So I want you guys to see something. I know you guys have seen this. And the reason why I'm showing you this is because of who's in here, okay? And I'll tell you what I mean in a minute.
No one's coming to the door. Sweet, thank you. You bet.
First of all, nobody knocked on the door, okay? They walked right up through, talked to this kid, and walked right through the back. Never knocked once. So that's bullshit to me.
Why are they parking halfway down the street? I don't understand that.
Well, they walked from one noise complaint at the top of the hill.
Multiple noise complaint. Got it.
Yeah,
okay.
it was at the Coors house, and then they just walked down without being called to this noise complaint where there's no noise. More bullshit.
Interesting.
Sorry. Yeah. right, huffing and puffing around the corner.
No one's coming to the door.
Okay, so he's back here. The other cop is behind him.
Yeah, I was looking one look.
So Hunter comes out first, okay, and then goes back in to go get Kaylee, as we know.
I said,
First of all, these guys are completely, from every body cam video that I've seen, you guys, these guys are utterly and completely unprofessional. They're very rude, condescending, just ignorant. They're like trying to provoke people in a sense, okay? That's my thought. And I want you guys to pay attention to how these cops act, what they look at, what they point at, all of it. Pay attention to them.
you know, a lot of guys can argue private property access.
The way I've always done it, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was the way I did it there. Find one responsible, have everyone else hold them accountable. If I gotta come back here, we're getting ticketed. Because then it's on them to nip everyone else in the butt.
Okay, did you guys see that? Watch that again.
He's pointing at the balcony.
You got a lot of guys can argue private property access.
The way I've always done it, and correct me if I'm wrong, it was the way I did it there. Find one responsible, have everyone else hold them accountable. If I gotta come back here, we're getting ticketed.
See what they're doing? They're motioning to each other without speaking, so the body cam doesn't pick it up, okay? Sorry for the echo, Nelly. I'll fix it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Moving forward.
Then it's on them to nip everyone else in the butt.
Yeah, and if they don't come out, we just contact landlords.
Yeah.
Or we come back the next day or the next time you work.
Yeah.
And just note that, you know, lack of cooperation does not go a long ways with us.
They're basically threatening to harass these kids.
Yeah.
You know, the next time you work, we'll come back. I mean, this is
We'll
ridiculous.
We'll be there. You can't do that. That's bullying. You cannot do that. That's harassment. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's harassment, bullying, and why are they pointing at the balcony? What was that all about?
Why? That's a great question.
Yeah, it's quite a. And then they talk about the stairs not being there to get to the balcony. But I'm gonna point. That's not even what I'm trying to point out. I'm gonna show you guys.
What stairs? Yeah. Okay.
Meanwhile, there's no noise at all, by the way.
Yeah, where's the noise complaint? There's no music, there's no nothing.
No, it's all coming from the original house.
Interesting.
Those stairs to the back deck. Interesting. Why I don't like these guys. There's something about these guys I just do not like. No noise complaint. The noise is coming from the house they just came from.
Trust your instinct, man.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. There's no noise at this house. What are you doing here?
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Is this your place?
Yeah.
Perfect. You know why we're here?
I assume noise.
Noise, yeah.
Yeah.
Big speaker right there.
Yeah.
Nothing against having a party. Once neighbors start calling in, then we have an issue.
Fair.
You go to school?
Yeah.
Okay. What year?
Senior.
Senior. Okay. So I'll tell you the same thing I told them. You probably know the drill, right?
Actually, no.
Oh, okay. So usually, at least for me, I'll give you a verbal warning.
See, you probably know the drill, so he's assuming that she's already. You hear that?
Yeah. So here's what I'm thinking with this. I've watched this I don't know how many times, okay? And I always wondered why Hunter came out with her, okay? And I'm like, I don't know. He's there, he's whatever.
I was wondering that too.
Starting to wonder. Think about this. if maybe she asked him to come out because she doesn't trust these cops, and she wanted a witness.
That's a great
there
point.
with her.
That is a fantastic point.
It made me
Look,
think.
it's been widely known that, you know, Kaylee was big into the true crime community, and there's a possibility that she knew what these cops were really about, and that she does not trust them. And I think you have a very good point.
Exactly. So I'm thinking that he has really. Hunter has no reason to come out there with her. No reason whatsoever.
No reason to be there. Yeah,
but
none.
I started thinking about it pretty hard, and I'm like, I wonder if she said, "Hey, come out here with me. I don't trust these guys."
It's covered. Yeah.
Okay, and
I
we
agree.
know that this was on August 16th. Okay. 1 second. Like 3 months before the I'm trying to read. Yeah, okay, I got that, Brady. 3 months before this went down. We don't know what's going on in Moscow at that point. I don't know. You don't know. You're probably knowing more than I do at this point because of what you're doing, so on and so forth. But it just really made me wonder. And as soon as I said that,
okay, you brought up a good point. I'll say this: the way that Kaylee is acting, and that you brought up the point of, "Hey, Hunter, come with me as a witness."
Yep.
Would tell you, in my opinion, and with all the information that I've given you, and all the information that we know, and that I do know as well. Yeah, Kaylee is totally protecting herself right now because she knows who these people are.
Watch her body.
Just say that. Yeah. She knows who they really are.
Yeah. Watch her body
She's
language.
not a dumb girl. Mm-hmm.
Right. Who's the other officer that we can't see? Do you know that?
That's a great question. I don't know.
The one that she's talking to, I believe, is Officer Green. I'm not sure who, but it's obviously a training officer. Okay. Somebody that's been there for a while that's going to train somebody else. Because he's in training, as you see the way he's explaining himself, so on and so forth. I'm guessing. Okay. I might be wrong.
Oh, he looks pretty good. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'm believing it's got to be somebody that's been there for a minute, that's probably got some kind of a rank per se. Or is the other one off? The one that she's talking to, I thought was Officer Green. I don't know these guys. I know what Payne looks like, but
yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Either way, whoever the officer is that's training this guy is a ranking officer, I'm going to guess, whether it be Payne or any of these other people like that. Rosendahl and Green. Okay, that's right.
I don't think it's Payne, because if I remember correctly, he has like Payne doesn't have a really long beard. I think in this video, the guy that's in the body cam footage is coming from, I think is the guy with the beard. But you will see him in another noise complaint. He's been to this house multiple times.
And he's a dick, yeah.
That's why he's pointing at the balcony. That's why he was pointing at.
Yeah, right.
The balcony, because he's letting his training officer know, hey, this is where you start looking. This is where shit's going down. Like yada yada. Yeah.
Well, and that's what
this guy's been here multiple times. Not the officer talking to Kaylee, but the guy in the body cam. That guy's been there multiple times.
Well, Sylvia just said it's Rosenthal, which I forgot about him, and Officer Green. So yeah, that's right.
Rosenthal, that's who it is. That's the name.
Yes, yeah. And he's been there multiple times as well. So, but I want you guys to watch Kaylee, the way she stands with him, the way she talks and stuff. I mean, it's fairly normal, but body language speaks volumes, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
Volumes, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Thanks, TJ.
Yeah.
Always ticket is up to 300.
Yeah, somewhere around 300, 400 bucks.
It's a pretty expensive ticket. I don't want to give that to you. That being said, this is your place, so I'm hold you responsible.
They get it more expensive later, yes.
Yeah.
We already more than that too, so.
If I do have to come back here,
Yeah, that's fair.
Is this 1122?
Yeah.
You know it's 1122.
Why? I don't know why he needs your phone number, but maybe that's their protocol. But
dude, that's what I was gonna say. Why? I have never ever had to give my phone number in any police situation. Why are you taking her phone number? For what reason are you doing that?
I don't know. This is an intimidation.
I've never heard of this. Never heard of this. Intimidation? Yeah, maybe. I've also heard that the cops actually come around and hit on the girls.
Yeah, I've heard that too. But I don't have anything.
I'm not going to say that's this is hearsay, but I hear this a lot. is that they would take the numbers
Yeah.
and actually, you know,
Right.
follow
And why
them
didn't
on.
why didn't they go to the front door? That's another thing I don't understand.
Well,
And
because
just kind of
they apparently said there's no one coming to the front door, so they went to the slider.
right. They never knocked. They walked right past the front door, talked to the kid.
And if you never knocked, you're trespassing at that point. You didn't establish that you were there. You have to establish that you were there. You cannot just walk onto people's property, whether you're law enforcement or not. You have to establish that you were there.
Right.
And
Yeah,
apparently they did not do so.
No. And see, like I said, her body language tells me that she just is not, in my opinion, I might be wrong. I could be reading this, but I think that she's just uncomfortable in this situation. Okay.
I agree.
I'd much rather you spend that $300 on beer or something fun.
Yeah,
Noise
yeah.
sticker, right?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. That being said, warnings. Don't do it again.
Yep.
I'd hate to come back in a few hours and then have to issue it.
So this just popped in my mind, Diego. So her saying that she doesn't know the drill means that this might be one of her very first times that she's actually talking to the cops, because she knows what's going on and she's not around that much. This is my
He's
opinion.
not ever
when
wrong, right? And then he just took a picture of her ID. That's something I'm uncomfortable with.
Rick, would you do that too? That makes no sense. Yeah.
I've never seen that before. I've never seen that. But okay, whatever. If that's their protocol,
Hey
so
man,
be it.
I'm telling you, man, Moscow's got their own procedures, bro.
Yeah, they seem to have their own everything. It's crazy. Moving forward.
All right. Have a great rest of your day.
Take care.
Where are you going? Where's he going?
All right, who's responsible here? Who's responsible here? Whose house is this? Just need to talk to a homeowner or a renter or whoever's house is this.
I'm one of the people renting.
Okay, gotcha. You guys are warned for the noise last night, sounds like? Same type of thing. You guys are having a party.
Last night we didn't do anything.
Is there an Elena Shepherd that lives here?
Who's Elena Shepherd?
The person that was warned for the noise last night.
Yeah.
Okay.
One thing I will tell you is we didn't do anything last night.
No worries. Neighbors are calling in again saying music's too loud.
Okay.
All I need you guys to do is turn it down.
Sure.
Sounds good.
That being said, the tickets get expensive. We got to come back out here and, the music keeps coming up and neighbors keep calling in.
Understand.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we'll definitely turn it down. I mean,
You're
probably off, maybe like very low volume. But
Okay. No, yeah. You can have a party. You can have music, just not loud enough to where people are calling in and saying, hey,
sounds good.
my
No
piece.
worries.
Yeah, we should have. I know we were going to go talk to them before.
Yeah, maybe do a lap with your neighbors.
Yeah,
let them know what's up.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. You live here?
I'm
We both
one
do.
of them.
Okay.
Yeah, we're both
Let me grab your name.
My name's Elliot, ELLIOTT.
Last
and then
name?
Lund, LUNDH.
Middle initial?
I have two middle names.
Just give me both.
PF.
PF. Date of birth for you?
99.
Good phone number I can reach at.
See, I love his hesitation because he's like, "Why are you asking me for my phone number?"
Eric.
What's that?
I loved his hesitation right there. He was like, why do I have to give you my phone number? I mean, this is what I'm reading, but I would have that same exact reaction. Like, why do you need my phone number?
Right. And here's
I've never
the
been
thing.
asked by a cop in any situation for my phone number ever.
Yeah, I've never seen that either. But like I said, different cities, different whatever. It could be different. I just, my only issue with this was that when I was showing you him at Kaylee's house, I just felt that he was uncomfortable, or I'm sorry, that she was uncomfortable, which is maybe why she asked Hunter to come outside with her. You know what I'm saying? If they're repeatedly having interactions with police, it made me feel like maybe that's why he was out there. What other reason would he come out there for? You know what I mean? He doesn't live there. So I'm just
Exactly.
thinking like he's there. There's, maybe he's the only guy in the house, and she's like, "Hey, come out here with me because I'm just not comfortable with these guys." That's all, and that's what I was trying to show you guys. It just something that popped into my head last night.
No, I agree.
Yeah, they just came from an actual noise complaint with a house full of dudes and did nothing like this. Right? I don't know, guys. Maybe I'm reading a little too far into this. It's just I've been analyzing a lot of this stuff with the interactions with these kids, with the police and this and that. And it just seems off to me in some senses, is all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just curious as to what the hell, there's so much of this. This is a college town, first off. You're going to expect these kinds of things, right? I mean, when I used to go up to Ohio State all the time, I didn't even go to the college, and we would go up there and hang out with our friends and party and doing it. It was nonstop. The police, like I said, maybe different towns, different things. The police, they knew what we were doing. They didn't really, they'd come floating by and be like, "Hey, make sure you're being safe," and stuff like that. That was all they did. It just seems a little bit overkill to me. That's all I'm saying. And I don't understand. Somebody made a comment in here that I'm not very, very happy with. So that person is no longer to be in here. That was really ignorant, by the way, calling you a liar and
calling me a liar?
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's not the first time I've heard that, but okay, where's your proof?
Right, and said that he's expecting all my subscribers because he has common sense and I don't. This is new. Interesting.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear about that, Dago. That's definitely
I'm not worried about
not
that.
even close to the truth.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it coming from that person, especially now that I see that comment. It tells me the type of person he actually is. So it is what it is. You can go do what he's got to do.
I'm sure I know who that is then. I have an idea.
Yeah, you dealt with him yesterday, I think.
Okay, that's what I thought it was. All right.
It is what it is. No big deal. Anyway, I apologize for anybody that has to see any negative commenting in here. My apologies for that. If anybody disagrees with my thought on this scenario that I was just showing you guys, it's something that it just caught my attention, you guys. It's something that caught me off guard, and I'm trying to, I was putting something together in my head with it. It's all I was doing. Is, did Hunter come out with her because she's uncomfortable? Is because she's, wanting a witness to the situation that goes down? Is it, I'm not going deep on it. I'm just saying, it's something that was just weird to me. That's all.
Listen, your question is warranted. It's valid because what is actually really going on? What is actually happening there? Kaylee does not look comfortable. And from all reports that I hear about Kaylee, she's a very confident, very bubbly girl. So
yes, and I'm going to play the rest of the video, guys. I just wanted to explain that out. So sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's. Oh, I got you. My number is very similar to my mom's, so I can feed you every time.
Happens to the best. What's your name, my man?
I have
Keon, Kian.
Happens.
DeBoard, DEB. So with the D, I apologize.
Oh, TED. Okay, I got you.
With the D, yeah.
Yeah, we definitely
No, sorry.
check them.
DEB. I apologize.
This is our first
Try again. You're good. DEB.
BORD.
Oh.
You guys know the drill.
My middle initials are A.
What's that?
A.
You obviously know the drill.
Date of birth.
We gotta be smart.
Oh.
That would be a good idea. Yeah. It would be. It definitely would
and my
be.
phone number is.
Okay. Perfect.
Yeah.
Again, are you guys freshmen or?
Oh, we're seniors.
Seniors? Okay, so you know the drill. You know how this goes.
Of course.
Since you guys live here, you're responsible for the music. Okay. So we have to come back out. What's a noise complaint ticket up to these days?
Oh, God, it's like 350.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't want to pay that.
Yeah.
We don't want to pay that. Next time, we'll definitely check with the neighbors.
Yeah.
The more expensive it is. Okay.
So spend the money on beer instead, not on tickets.
Yeah.
Keep the music down. Have a good party. Make sure everyone's over 21.
Yeah.
If we do have to come back out here, you two guys are each getting tickets. Got it?
I understand.
So it's on the rest of you to make sure the party stays down.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Take care, guys. Enjoy the party.
Thank you.
And in some cases.
That is something I do want to look up, Mama Bears. I want to see what the noise ordinance is for Moscow, the times, and so on and so forth, because it's obviously not past 10 o'clock at night here. So something else I'll be looking into. And thank you for reminding me of that.
Like when we get here and the carrier's going,
Yeah.
I would also go contact them because it was non-specific.
Sure.
And if I'm warning them, I better go fucking warn them.
True. And that's the bottom row of the house there?
Which one? The one here?
Yeah.
That one's up on those. That where the guy's walking right there.
Oh yeah.
That side there. Guarantee the stairs gonna go right back on as soon as we leave.
Well, I saw that big tall JBL on the back patio there, so I'll just go chat with them.
Okay, I'll come with you.
Yeah, we'll walk up. We'll start things off on a good foot.
It would be fair, you know, if you're warning these guys, you better warn them.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Moscow 11. So, partnership. Moscow 111. We're clear of 1127 King Road. We're going to be out at 1122 King Road.
How's it going, guys? Casey, I'm just gonna loop around up here. Hey there. Is this your place, man?
It is not.
Okay, would you mind going and getting somebody whose place is this? Oh, she is?
Yeah, she's at the front door.
You want to send her up back here? I apologize. We knocked at the front door, no one came.
I'll be right back.
Yep, thanks, man. Yeah, I took one look at that speaker. I said,
You get a lot of guys trying to argue private property access.
the way I've always done it, and correct me if I'm wrong, was the way I did it there. Find one responsible, have everyone else hold them accountable. If I got to come back here, they're getting the ticket. Because then it's on them to nip everyone else in the bud because they know.
If they don't come out, we just contact landlords.
Yeah.
Or we come back the next day or the next time you work.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Cooperation does not go a long ways with us.
Yeah.
Stairs to the back deck. Interesting. Stairs to the back deck. Interesting.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Is this your place?
Yeah.
Perfect. You know why we're here?
And I assume noise.
Noise, yeah.
Yeah.
Big speaker right there.
Yeah.
Nothing against having a party. Once neighbors start calling in, then we have an issue.
Fair.
You go to school?
Yeah.
Okay. What year?
Senior.
Senior. Okay. So I'll tell you the same thing I told them. You probably know the drill, right?
Actually, no.
Oh, okay. So usually, at least for me, I'll give you a verbal warning.
Okay.
Once I have neighbors calling in, your music's too loud. You're disturbing the peace.
Yeah.
Nothing against having parties. Nothing against having people over who are overage to drink.
Mhm.
But again, once we start disturbing the neighbors, then we've got an issue.
Yeah.
Noise ticket is up to 300.
Yeah,
and
somewhere around 300.
Okay, it's a pretty expensive ticket. I don't want to give that to you.
Yeah.
That being said, this is your place, so I'm going to hold you responsible.
Uh-huh.
Because it is your place, you're also responsible for everybody here.
Yeah.
So I'm going to grab your info.
Yeah.
And if I do have to come back here, a $300 some ticket's coming your way.
Okay.
And it only gets more expensive from there. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fair. Absolutely.
Actually, let's just do it this. What's a good phone number for you? Is this 1122 here?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. I'd much rather you spend that $300 on beer or something fun than a noise ticket, right?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. That being said, warnings. Don't do it again.
Yep.
I'd hate to come back in a few hours and then have to issue that. So.
Yeah.
So anyway, like I said, that's just an odd situation to me, and that's why I pointed it out. The whole honor and so on and so forth. Nothing more, nothing less. So thank you all for sticking with me for that. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Miss Brandy. The real Slim Skittles. Thank you very much. I like the name. By the way, I did.
That's a good one.
Yes. Thank you again, Roy. I appreciate you, bro. Again. Always welcome.
No worries, man.
Please be safe out there, brother. We're always thinking about you and worrying about you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And yeah, no, I'm good, and I know how to stay out of danger. So don't go where you don't belong, and when you're not supposed to be there. So
that's right. That is right. So very much so. Thank you for that, sir. I think that's probably going to be it for today, folks. I'm trying to bring this down here. And
all right, guys, I'm going to go. It's great to see everyone, and I'll see you soon, Diego.
All right, brother. Be safe. Talk to you soon.
All right, you too, brother. All right, bye-bye, everyone. Love you much. Have a good day.
Take care, bud. And again, guys, take care, buddy. There we go. So I think that is going to do it today, guys. We will jump back into some more of this stuff tomorrow. We're going to look at some other stuff too. And it was brought to my attention there was a mistake made in here. Brian, I think it was, accidentally was hidden. I apologize, my friend. It was a complete accident. And they were struggling to bring him back out, but for some reason it didn't work. Somebody said something about not wanting to, or trying to get the link for the Discord, and then somebody was trying to talk them out of it. The moderators are very good moderators, guys. Things do happen. Mistakes happen. There's a lot of people in here at one time. We had 700 people. So, please be a little bit more understanding with the moderators if you can. There's a lot of people to handle. I do probably need to add more. Nothing is ever done maliciously. Nobody's ever being malicious. I can promise you that. So, like I said, just try to take it easy on that. Very much appreciated. I love you guys to absolute death, guys. You guys are absolutely amazing. Thank you all for being here. Canadian True Crime Buff, thank you so very much. I do appreciate that more than you know. Anybody that did send a PayPal, Cash App, or the Venmo, that keeps me running, guys. That pays these bills to keep me going. Thank you, CC, for that, my dear. And those links there, guys. Anybody that said anything to that, thank you so very much. You guys are absolutely amazing. I'm telling you, I love it. Because it keeps me coming. Pays my bills. I don't have to worry about it. I pay them. I come out. I do my thing, and I get to hang with you guys. You guys are amazing people. I am super lucky to have you guys in here, and I cannot stress that. I cannot stress that. Dang, keep. Oh, sorry. It's okay, Kendra. Don't worry about it, hon. So thank you all so very much for that. Absolutely, Miss Patty. No worries. Thank you all. I want to thank Daniel from Drunk Turkey. I want to thank Sleuthy Goosey, Miss Annie, Sarge, and Rory for jumping up here with us today. It's always fun and always nice to have somebody up here to talk to us and to talk about some stuff. So I appreciate you guys. I will be here tonight. We will be here from 7 p.m. At 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to cover our Midnight Series video tonight, guys. And I, for the life of me, cannot think of what it was. I have it written down and I didn't have it here. So I'll put that back out to you guys soon here in a minute. For any of you guys that want to join me tonight, feel free. It's always a good time. We are going to be doing the music thing that we do here pretty soon, guys. So make sure if you want to be in Discord, you're in Discord, folks. Members only, so on and so forth. I'd love to have you all in there. while we do it. I can't wait to do that, actually, because we all need a break from this stuff. Besides that, guys, please, not please, but pretty please, have an amazing rest of your day. I love you all so very much. And I will see you all, like I said, tomorrow between 12. Well, I'll just say 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. I will be here, and we're going to do it again. Thank you all so very much, guys. Have a great night. Love you. Bye.